today.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Happy Tuesday to everybody out there on a beautiful sunny day outside, day before.
It could be
Game
cloudy
3.
and raining and snowing outside, and we would be sunny on the inside.
I know. It's just still basking in the glow of an amazing run, amazing, maybe the greatest sports weekend in Seattle history when you look at all the teams that won.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, the Mariners roll through a 50. We haven't even been on since the 15-inning marathon on Friday. And then they take 2 games on the road after just brutalizing their bullpen, using every arm, starters on short rest, and they take the first 2 games in Toronto. So you are now 2 games away from the World Series, which it doesn't feel right even saying it.
No.
I don't even want to say it. I don't want to jinx it. I don't believe in jinxes, but now all of a sudden I do. I'm not allowing myself to look beyond tomorrow.
You're starting to tighten up, clinch up a little bit.
I'm getting
Can't
clinchy.
do that.
I'm getting very clinchy and tight. Yeah. Tomorrow. Get it. Tomorrow.
By the way, sitting on a damn plane during the most exciting game ever, and then, everybody, Rabel actually was able to, the oldest dude on the plane was able to actually get the video. I couldn't believe it. So anyway, we're sitting there watching that, and then not until I got into my hotel room, and it was like a 40-minute drive, and got there and was able to watch the end of it.
And the game's still going.
Yeah, still going, which was awesome, right? But I can imagine, I was just thinking about you guys going, man, you probably just, Bob's probably broken things.
Oh man, I was rocking back and forth like Rain Man for 15 innings. I was twitchy. Yeah. I was nervous. We were excited. We were down. We were up. We were down. They're gonna pull it off here. They didn't get it done. Oh geez. Now the Tigers have this runner on third. Now, oh boy, here we go. You had so many up and down moments, and you're just left there just spent, just emotionally exhausted.
But you're thinking, okay, going into the weekend, look, these guys are going to be tired. You got to go on the road to Toronto.
I was just praying for a split.
Yeah.
Just somehow, some way take one.
But just incredible.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Just unbelievable that they're in this spot. It's not over yet. It's not there yet. You got 2 more to get, and you now have home field advantage. And Dan Wilson, after the game, was asked how it feels to be going home with a 2-0 series lead.
Yeah, we're super excited to get back home and keep playing baseball in front of in T-Mobile Park, and we know what that atmosphere is going to be like. We're so excited to get out there. The fans really have been so tremendous. You can't thank them enough for the force that they have been at the ballpark and at home. So we're looking forward to getting back and feeling that energy again in the ballpark. And we know we have work to do. These series take on a life of its own. We've got plenty of work to do, and got to stay focused on where we're headed. And we know our fans will help us get there.
Yeah, and look, kudos to the fans. Seriously, this is not pandering to the fan base by any stretch. That game, those 15 innings, that was long. That was emotionally draining, and that they did not leave their seats. They were standing through that thing. I didn't see any seats opening up where people are like, all right, let's get out of here. That building remained packed, and to see them endure that, it was getting cold. I'm sure they were tired. I'm sure they were probably spent all their money that they had for food and beer. 15 innings in, man, you're asking a lot of a fan base to keep that energy going, and to see them not leave a seat and be there when that thing came to a conclusion was, look, Detroit, their fans bailed on them in Game 3. Game 4 didn't even sell out.
Yeah.
Didn't even sell that game out.
Yeah, didn't deserve it.
No, and these guys sat there for 15 innings, a packed building, and just when Polanco came up with that hit, just exploded. exploded. It was unreal, unlike anything. Maybe the greatest game I've ever been to.
Yeah.
In terms of what was at stake, moves being made by each manager, the chess game going on with pinch hitters and relievers and just trying to match what the other team was doing, and just, there was frustration. There'd be easily moments where you'd be like, it's just not going to happen, and it happened. It just unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Well, and especially the fans, don't they cut off beer sales at like seventh inning?
I'm not sure. Is that
I
one?
wonder.
After the 7th inning stretch, beer sales come to an end.
Wow.
So
So
they-
Very
should-
depressing.
Turn it back on,
Oh, I was
yeah.
there for the 18 inning game back in 2022,
which you were there too, right?
and
Yeah.
it was terrible. My section up in the terrace club where I was sitting, we started a chant in like the 14th, "Open the beer stands," clap, because I've never seen people leave a baseball game hungover.
Yeah.
I've never seen that in my life.
Yeah, they had time to sober up in this game. There were 2 7th inning stretches.
yeah.
I mean, there was, and
Yeah,
that's when,
literally,
and that's
yeah.
when, this seems kind of cheesy, but they did the salmon race the second time, and Humpy won for the first time, and it kind of reinvigorated the crowd, because you kind of feel that the energy's starting to wane a bit. People are getting tired, and then they rerun the salmon race again because they had a second 7th inning stretch.
Right.
He wins. The place goes berserk. I'm not saying that's why they won, so don't jump on me for that. But it was just, it did infuse a little bit more of a buzz into the crowd, surprisingly. And then shortly thereafter, they win the game, and it's just magical. And they move on to Toronto, and they take both games. And you look at the guy who ended the game in the 15 innings, the guy that gave him a 3-run lead in this game. Jorge Polanco has been unbelievable.
Man.
He right now is your postseason MVP.
Yeah.
Right? I think any of us would have bet, well, it's going to be Cal, it's going to be Julio, it could be Naylor, it could be, going in. Polanco. Polanco is right now, as it sits, your postseason MVP. He has been unreal with what he's done, and they got off to a great start with Julio hitting a 3-run home run, taking that crowd out of it right out of the gates with that dagger, and then almost immediately they surrendered the 3-run lead, and you're like, oh, boy. Here we go. Logan doesn't look sharp, and they're going to have to go to the bullpen in the second inning here. And then he's able to hang on for 3, give him everybody's going on short rest. Everybody's fatigued. But that bullpen was freaking miraculous. And then Jorge Polanco comes up with the game tied.
Rosarena the go-ahead run at second. The next offering. Swinging a fly ball drilled right center field. This is back at the wall, and it's gone! Jorge Polanco, Mr. October. A 3-run smash over the wall in right field. The Mariners flip the script in the 5th. Jorge Polanco has done it again. It is 6-3 Mariners in the 5th inning. Incredible Jorge Polanco.
Flipped the script in the 5th.
Yeah.
Nice work there, Goldie. I love the way he called that, because that one, it was exactly how I felt. I'm like, oh, that's pretty good shot there. That'll maybe get over, maybe to the wall, and then it just kept going and going. And and I know we're going to talk about Dan later on, but they stuck with him. He started off on fire. Right? You remember in April and
he
March.
was on a tear.
Oh, my God. He had a 1226 OPS, 384 batting average, but then he just went in the tank, especially for May. Mike and I were
Under 200, right?
Yeah, it was 139 for the month of May. Mike and I were looking up his splits, and then, he slowly started to kind of, crawl out of it. And by the end of the year in August, he's hitting 259. And his OPS is up to 792, and it's like, okay, yeah, that's good. But then all of a sudden, just exploded. September, October, he's batting 329 since the beginning of September. And you look at the playoffs specifically, and it's off the charts. But it's amazing looking at that guy. I was kind of going through like how I felt about him, and I remember he was injured in the beginning, and I remember one time he stole a base, and I'm like, he tried to. I think he got caught. I'm like, what are you doing, man? You got to take care of your knee, and everything health-wise worked out for him. But now you look at him with a 10-15 OPS, over 1,000 there. They got a 329 batting average, and he's just coming up more than anything. with big hits in big moments, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was it's been miraculous to watch, and he's got the perfect demeanor. He's just a guy that is very even keeled, kind of like Cal, kind of Bryce Miller kind of has that same that you don't know when they're happy or upset.
Yeah,
they're kind of just always
unaffected.
Yeah,
yeah.
Even in his post game interviews, you don't even hear well, what an amazing moment, and glad I could. I mean, he's saying the right things, but his energy is always the same.
Yeah.
And I think that's serving him well. He doesn't appear to be overwhelmed by the moment at all. And he made some great plays. That game that he hit the walk-off in 15, he made some great plays out in the field.
Yeah.
So he's been miraculous. And I keep repeating this, but when they re-signed him, I was not pleased. I was like, really? He was coming off the worst year of his professional career.
Who was the bullpen guy we traded him for? I'm trying to remember. But I just remember when that trade happened 2 years ago.
Who did we trade?
90% sure it was a bullpen guy. At least it was part of that trade.
2 years ago, a bullpen guy?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. Anyway.
Are you talking about the Blue Jays guy that I can't remember now? Jimmy Garcia? That guy?
No,
That was
I
last
don't
year.
think so. That doesn't sound right. But anyway. But I remember that when that trade was made, everybody was really happy.
Yeah, you're excited about who he's been in his career, and then he comes up with his career worst year here.
Yeah.
And then they say, hey, guess what? We're bringing him back.
Right.
And I think most people were like, that's your big move? What?
Yeah.
And fast forward to now, and thank goodness.
Oh, my gosh.
Thank goodness. I mean, just unreal. And Dan Wilson, after the game, was asked to just sort of sum up what Polanco's been for this team in the postseason.
Yeah, coming up huge in big moments. And, just his at-bats have been so good. Whether it's right-handed or left-handed, tonight it was left-handed. I thought the at-bat there to get the 3-run homer was a huge turnaround for us. We had kind of given up the lead. It had been tied up there again, and to get that 3-run lead back was big. And that was just a great at-bat, getting in there and just doing what Polo does. He waits to get a good pitch and he puts a really good swing on it. And he's a tough out right now, and it's been huge for us. And he's come up in situations where we've had guys on, and he's been able to do the job and drive them in, and that's what this game's all about. And it's been phenomenal.
Justin Topa. Anyway, yeah, I'm sure our texters have consulted AI already and are texting in right now that they knew the answer to that. But for Dan, I mean, he saw something in him. Yep, you're right. 4.25, 3.60, Jeff in San Diego, Topa. So, but yeah, I mean, that credit to him for just seeing, what Jorge is all about, man. So I was looking up, because we don't really know that much about him. He's got 4 boys, and no wonder he's probably just happy to get away, to get
happy to be out of
the
that
ballpark.
He's trying to keep this going as long as possible. I don't want to go back home. Yeah. Jeff Passan on with Brock and Salk talked about what Polanco's doing is something that helps a team like this make a run like they're on.
And to have that version of Polo show back up in October, and I don't know that he's leading this team. That's Cal Rowley now and forever, but he's that second banana. He's that guy who, you don't see many second basemen hitting cleanup. You don't see many second basemen coming through in the clutch the way that he has. And just knowing that there's someone who has that slow heartbeat and in big moments is not going to cower or turtle, but step up and say, I want to own this. What a luxury for the Mariners to have.
Huge, just huge. So for them to, get through what they did with the Tigers, face the Toronto Blue Jays as the best offense in baseball and the postseason, all these numbers attached to them and how formidable they've been. And they look, it's not over. So they still may be that team, but just what they did in these first 2 games and this run they've been on without their best pitcher. Brian Wu has been their best pitcher this season. Not close. Your best pitcher has been Brian Wu, your all-star. And you've done all of this without him. You've had starters going on short rest. Bryce Miller comes up with his best start of the entire season on short rest. Mm-hmm. I mean, Logan wasn't sharp, but he got it together, held it in check, overcame the buffoonery of Doug Eddings behind the plate. that game shouldn't even have been tied. He missed 2 strike 3 calls, 2, and then they go on to tie the game. And not making excuses for Logan. He wasn't sharp, but he went out there and gutted it out on short rest. But just a buffoon behind the plate for both sides. There were calls that went in Mariners' favor too. But that you just can't. For those that love the charm of the human element, there's nothing charming about getting it wrong when there's so much at stake.
Yeah.
You can't. Right. If you have the ability to get it right, then get it right.
Well,
and
especially in the
ABS,
playoffs.
There's too much at stake.
Yeah, I'm all okay with it during the regular season, and actually, you sometimes lose because of that. So I'm starting to get more like, okay, if we can get it right, let's get it right. But especially during the playoffs. But those guys, don't they get rated?
Yeah,
they get a number.
Graded, they get so
that they get to work more in the postseason. So yeah, that was kind of shocking. I noticed that Fox or FS1 doesn't have like the pitch, the strike zone isn't as pronounced as it was on Root. It's kind of a light little rectangle there, which you can't really tell that much. I don't know if that's a Major League Baseball thing or what.
I retweeted this from some account called The Warmonger, that it's a baseball account, but it was before last night's game, and they said tonight's ALCS home plate ump Doug Eddings is 30th of 92 umps in correct call percentage this season. I don't know if this is. I thought it was interesting. I don't know where they found these numbers, but they said Game 3, Ben May, 21st out of 92. Game 4, Alfonso Marquez, 85 out of 92. Game 5, Marvin Hudson, 80th out of 92. Said, buckle up for games 4 and 5.
Oh, great. Well,
not good.
Maybe it'll be in our favor.
Yeah, Eddings was terrible. He had a brutal night, but they overcame it. They're up 2-0, and they get back to it tomorrow. But where does that 15-inning game rank amongst greatest Mariner games ever? Because I think you can make the case, it's considering what was at stake, where they were. I mean, the fact that it took 15 innings and for it to end the way that it did might be the great. I know 95 is always going to be the marker, right? The standard, if you will. But this is right there.
Here we go the stretch. Kenley has got to throw a strike. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swung on, line drive, base hit right field. Jorge Polanco with a walk-off single, and the Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship. The Mariners win the battle in Seattle in 15 innings. The Mariners win it 3-2. The Mariners will be on their way to Toronto to take on the Blue Jays. What an epic game. 15 innings. Jorge Polanco's getting mobbed out in left field. The Mariners win it. Polanco with a single into right field. J.P. Crawford scores, and in 15 innings, it's the Mariners over the Tigers. A final score of 3-2. This will go down as one of the greatest games in the history of the Mariners franchise.
Listen to that crowd.
Holy moly, it's loud.
It was unreal. I think you heard some of the yelling from Ryan, me, Charlie, and Lefko.
You guys were all in there?
Oh, yeah.
In the box.
We were in there high-fiving, hugging, yelling, just pure elation. Wow. Pure elation back there. Yeah. It was just... It was unreal.
You even hugged Lefko?
I hugged Lefko, yeah.
My gosh.
Yeah, I know. We got all lost in the mix.
Yeah.
Hands and arms are flying everywhere.
Caught up in the moment.
Oh, yeah.
Mike he wasn't awkward with his hands or anything.
It was like the stepbrothers hug where they're pushing each other's face and, can't expect it. It was our first try. It was, it was unreal. It was just unreal. But to see what this team has done to this point and doing it without their ace has been spectacular, and seeing what their bullpen has done and these guys stepping up in big ways and starters going on short rest. It's just unbelievable. It's unbelievable that they're in this position right now. And again, still work to do. But as far as that weekend, has there been a better sports weekend in Seattle sports history when you've got the Mariners doing that in 15 and then they take Game 1 on the weekend in Toronto. Seahawks go on the road against a 4-1 Jacksonville team, riddled with injuries in the secondary, and shut that team down. Got the Kraken get off to a 2-0 start over the weekend. The Huskies win. I was told the Sounders won.
I like that. And Mike put it in, supposedly the Sounders won.
I was told they won. Who else won? The Rain or somebody? Man. There was another team that won.
Yeah, the fireworks were going off during the game.
Yeah.
That was very confusing.
Yeah, they won. The only team that screwed it up were the Cougs.
Yeah, they couged it.
They did.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you – did I miss anybody? Did anybody else win? It was a Seattle sports weekend. How do you top that?
Yeah, that was fantastic. It's too bad, the Seahawks weren't in town. But, for to go all the way, that's a long trip, man. I mean, it's like 4.5 hours, Mike. Mike, he accused the pilot of speeding.
Yeah.
It took you how long?
They said it was 4 hours and 17 minutes. That's what it said.
Okay.
Arrival.
You never texted us when you landed. I needed verification.
I know because I was wrapped up in the game. I was listening to it. So, but yeah, that was amazing. And Jorge Polanco is going to be. I mean, we're going to be talking about him for years.
Yeah,
years to come,
without question. All right, let's take two.
Brewers-Dodgers Game 2 of the NLCS tonight after a wild one that ended in a Dodgers win last night. Blake Snell allowed just 1 hit in 8 innings, and then the Dodgers held on in a very adventurous night. Tonight in Game 2, it's Yamamoto for the Dodgers and Peralta for the Brewers.
Yeah,
have you dared to think about who you would like to face?
No, I'm not doing it.
No,
I'm not. I don't care.
Don't care.
I win tomorrow. I'm tunnel vision on this. I can't allow myself to do it. I don't know how I became superstitious all of a sudden.
Yeah.
I'm like, we got to sit in the same chairs in the radio booth. Everybody's got to be exactly where they were before. Nothing can change. And I'm not looking past tomorrow. But yeah, what a Blake Snell was ridiculous last night. Holy mackerel, was he good.
Now, there are also supposedly 2 Monday Night Football games that I'd completely kind of forgotten about until we were all done with our Mariners post-game celebration and joyous coverage. But the Falcons beat the Bills and the Bears beat the Commanders, so the Bills lost their second straight. The NFC now has 10 teams over 500.
Wow. I entirely forgot about the Monday Night Football game. Honestly, I was like, oh, my God,
Both
it's
of
Monday
them?
night. Yeah. Yeah,
I don't like this doubleheader stuff.
I don't either. I think
there's one coming up.
Yeah,
Seahawks.
With the Seahawks, right?
I mean,
who's in the game before they take on Houston?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Some other teams. I have no idea.
So yeah, I think there's like 3 or 4 more doubleheaders.
I don't dig it.
Not big
I
on
don't
that.
dig it.
Yeah, but if you look at Bijan Robinson, that guy is ridiculous. I did see the highlights afterwards, but they're. We got to go to Atlanta at some point.
Yeah,
not sure when that
good.
is.
They look good. All right, Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. There's a lot that stands out about that Seahawks win over the Jags. We'll get into all of it coming up next with Wyman and Bob on your home for the Mariners pennant push. Seattle Sports on 710.
Brock and Salk.
Joe Davis joining us right now, Brock.
Morning 6 to 10.
Fox Sports is calling this series.
How much in Seattle have you and Smoltz ever done?
The All-Star game.
That's it?
Just the All-Star game, yeah.
It's hard to change a narrative that's existed for the last, whether you want to call it 4 or 24 years.
Nationally, I think it's probably not until these last 2 games where eyes have really been opened. I can't wait to get to Seattle for Game 3.
Brock and Salk. Morning 6 to 10. Only on Seattle Sports.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Lowe's knows pros want more. Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free to get $20 off your first qualifying purchase of $100 or more just for signing up. Plus, enjoy free standard shipping and more ways to save on your next job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer valid for new members only. Not valid with any other discount. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/pro-loyalty for details. Subject to change.
At Bible Law Group, we understand when you've got legal problems so biblical, not even an Etsy witch can turn your court case around. With James Bible and his team by your side, don't panic when your ark is lost in divorce or when a whale swallows your defense attorney. At Bible Law Group, we've secured over $40 million in settlements for our clients, and we're ready to fight for you. When your legal problems hit biblical proportions, contact Bible Law Group and let our talented team of lawyers get to work, no matter the problem. Find us at BibleLawGroup.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here with Luke Wilson, a local owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington.
Thanks, Rick. Just like October baseball, Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington is stepping up to the plate. Mention Go Seattle when you schedule and you'll score 15% off plus 12 months with no payments and no interest. This is your chance to swing big. This offer won't be around for extra innings.
Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Rain is coming. Is your roof ready? The rainy season is approaching fast, Seattle, and 3 Tree Roofing has your roof replacement covered. Get $500 off by scheduling your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com. Their professional installers guarantee a seamless replacement this rainy season. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. This is where you hear your AL West champion Mariners in the playoffs. Seattle Sports.
Dave Wyman here, and we've been fortunate to hear from 2 Swedish CyberKnife patients this year, Andy Ryder and Tim Hunter. Both heard about CyberKnife from our radio ads and completed successful treatment, raving about their experiences. Tim was impressed that treatment only took 5 days. Andy hosted a large international delegation the week after his treatment. If you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife here in Seattle. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king.
With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge.
He wants more, he's got to have more.
More bedtime true crime.
More podcasts in the shower.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More.
Fast internet speed. He's got the gigs to go big. Bring him the games.
Right now.
And his royal we.
More sports non-stop. His quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you. Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service and speed in select locations only.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776. Should tell you what's coming up on the show. At 2:45 today, Shaquill Griffin He was a former Seahawk. He's a Seahawk again. He's back and got a ton of playing time out there in that game against Jacksonville. So he'll join us at 2:45. Charlie Furbush will be with us in studio from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock. We'll have our weekly conversation with Mark Schlereth. You never want to miss that. That's coming up at 4 p.m. today. Shannon Drayer, our Mariners insider, will join us at 4:30. We got El Hombre for his weekly appearance at 5 p.m. Boy, did he not have the opposite of the Seattle sports weekend?
I'm glad it happened well before we're talking to him. Had that happened like a day before, yeesh.
I mean, the Phillies got eliminated. The Eagles lost.
Yeah.
It was just, bad time for Philly.
He's going to be in a tough mood.
Yeah. Hopefully he's over it by now. Yeah. But, it was not a good weekend for him. No. And then DeMarcus Lawrence, who made his presence known with authority out there in Jacksonville, made his return to the field, and he'll join us at 5:30 today. So a packed show today. Make sure you take it all in. If you miss any part of it, you can find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. But looking at this game, we were kind of going into this game against Jacksonville going, oh, boy, all right, this team seems to be a little better than maybe we gave them credit for. 4-1, they beat Kansas City, and all right, this could be a little hairy, and half of your defense is injured. Right. I mean, everybody's hurt. And they went out there and just shut them down. I mean, I don't know what stood out to you in that game. To me, the most impressive part of it was the defensive line. I mean,
no question.
Trevor Lawrence was sacked 6 total times in 5 games coming into this. He got sacked 7 times in this one game.
And he also got hit 17 times, 17 quarterback hits. And I don't
33 pressures.
Yeah. It was something like that as far as pressures as well. I mean, they just, what's funny about this defense? It seems like, and maybe it was 2 games that it happened, and then they got it right. But like last week, and I think this is the effect of having Mike McDonald here for a second year, and everybody gets his defense and everything. But, after that, what'd they give up? 420 yards to Tampa Bay and, 38 points. I mean, and it just seems like after something like that, you can expect something good. Like he's going to dial them in. And, it's funny with DeMarcus Lawrence, I wrote in my notes, and I it was not a criticism. I just said, when's he going to show up? When is he? I mean, he's been playing okay, but it's not like he hasn't gotten any numbers. And then he not only had that the 2 sacks, but he also had I think it was the 3rd play of the game where he peeled off on that running back and got a tackle for like 7 yards. So -7. So and then Byron Murphy was incredibly impressive, and seeing him and Big Cat. How many times did Big Cat run downfield and make a tackle where it was like he was like 15 yards, 20 yards downfield one time? And, for a guy that big and that kind of hustle. So, it was all about the defensive line. No question about it. And Trevor Lawrence, just looked like he was confused a number of times. And, it was really good, man. It was great. And, you don't have Derek Hall, who's a pretty good pass rusher, but Uchenna did a really good job as well. So, but I thought DeMarcus Lawrence was kind of the player of the game, man. He did a lot of things, not just, stat driven, but also just, holding contain.
Yeah.
And, but they still, I think they still have some problems on their defense.
Well, it's the numbers tell you that. I mean, first of all, the good numbers. They held the Jags to just 59 total rushing yards.
Yeah.
59 on 19 carries. Seahawks have the number 2 defense against the run in the league right now, allowing an average of 79 yards per game.
And they went in number 3, so they've been getting it done.
They're also number 6 in points allowed, and it's by a 1/10 of a point. Like their number 5 they're allowing 19.5. Number 5 is allowing 19.4. So they're right there. So your top 10 in both those stats, top 5 in against the run. Against the pass, though, they're number 24.
Yeah.
Do you chalk that up strictly to, hey, these guys have been injured, or maybe some of them aren't as good as we thought, or a combination of both? To be so extreme, you're number 2 against the run, you're number 6 in points allowed, but against the pass, you're number 24, allowing 235.5 per game.
Yeah, I just think, look, there's a reason why, certain guys are backups. That's just the truth. And, for Julian Love and Devin Witherspoon to be out, I mean, look, I don't think they're going to be top 5 against the pass.
And Woolen out, too, in that game.
Yeah, he was out. I don't know if that's necessarily counts or not. No, look, he's a great athlete. I don't know how much longer he's going to, hold down that starting job, but we'll see with him. But I still have faith in him, but because he just has so many tools. But without your starters out there, and especially I would say you throw Big Cat in there, probably those two guys, Julian Love and Devin Witherspoon, are the best players on defense. So, that's hurt them a little bit. So I mean, Ty Okada's done a fine job. There's been a couple of times with him, it's showed up that, if you had Julian in there, it would probably be a different result. But
so is that overall ranking, though? Do you put that on the fact they've had to run backups out there as often as they have?
Part of it. I don't, like I said, I don't think if you have those two back, I just think, they're not going to be a top 5 against the pass, but there are some mistakes that get made, and then, they still have some things to work out on their defense, and it seems like that kind of is the case. And a lot of times it's not just from the defensive backfield, it's from the linebackers as well. So, they're getting plenty of pressure on the quarterback. So, I think that's starting to show up a little bit. But like I said, it's kind of interesting how whenever they have some really bad defensive performance, it gets fixed.
Yeah, they bounce back big in this game. And then you go to the other side of the ball, again, the side we had all the questions about coming into the regular season. And Darnold has been spectacular. He's been really good, and JSN has been really good.
Sam Darnold starts under center. Horton wide to the right side. Play fake. Darnold has time. Gonna let it fly. JSN is out there. JSN has it. Touchdown! Seahawks! A spike in the end zone and a 61-yard rocket to number 11. JSN puts 6 more on the board for the Hawks. And that's how you loosen up that defense that is fighting you tooth and nail at the line of scrimmage. You throw over them, and the Seahawks explode for a big touchdown reception and go on top 9-6.
Sounded like he was going to start a cheer. JSN. JSN. But that pass was perfect. He dropped it right in the bucket in stride. He did not even come close to breaking stride.
Well, and sometimes JSN will slow down,
right,
just to kind of back the guy off and then accelerate again. And I looked at it a number of times. It's like he is running full. So I think, I said after that, it looked like the call in the huddle was, JSN, I'm going to throw this as hard as I possibly can and as far as I can, and you're going to run as fast as you can, and the two are going to intersect. How about that?
And it was perfect.
It was right on the money. So
and the cornerback had decent coverage. It wasn't like he beat him off the line. He was trailing him by 5 steps. He was right there.
Yeah. Did they, by the way, mention who that was?
Who was
Greg Newsome? So the week before they traded a player to get Greg Newsome, and I didn't see him in that much. I saw him mostly standing on the sidelines, but that was I think one of his maybe 5 or 6 plays.
Yeah, that wasn't a good one.
Took
but
him out.
I mean, I didn't think the coverage was bad. That was just more Darnold and JSN.
No, it wasn't like he was like 5 yards ahead of him or anything. The guy was pretty close on him, but. Yeah, Newsome, but that wasn't a good welcome to Jacksonville for sure for that kid.
All right, well, we'll talk more about what's going on the offensive side of things because it's all good. But right now, big day on Sunday for a few reasons for Shaq Griffin. He's going to join us to talk all about it. That's coming up next with Wyman and Bob on your home for the AL West champion Seattle Mariners. It is Seattle Sports on 710.
2 down. 2 to go.
And the Mariners extend the lead back at the wall, and it's gone! Jorge Polanco, Mr. October!
The Mariners go for a commanding 3-0 series lead. tomorrow. It's Game 3 of the ALCS at T-Mobile. First pitch at 5:08.
We're not done yet. We got a World Series to go get.
Only on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here. I want to tell you about one of the great decisions I've made in a really long time, maybe even one of the best ever. That's when I went to K2 Vision for RLE. That's Refractive Lens Exchange. And I was having issues seeing small print. I had the text size on my phone blown all the way up. It was almost embarrassing to have people around me when I was looking at text because the text was so large. Couldn't read receipts, restaurant menus, couldn't read labels on packages. It was just a giant pain. I had to have a pair of readers in every room of my home. I had to have them with me in case I went to a restaurant. Just a giant pain. And maybe you're somebody dealing with that, or you've got problems with your distance vision. Whatever it is, King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. Freedom from glasses, contacts, and most importantly, cataracts. So whether you're talking about EVO, ICL, King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and all of the problems you were experiencing before that. Now, if you struggle with distance, as opposed to where I was struggling up close, you need reading glasses. K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect and, more importantly, your permanent solution. And again, the best part is you're never going to develop a cataract. With over 250,000 procedures, Dr. Kopstein and Dr. King are two of the most experienced vision correction surgeons in America. So whether it's LASIK, EVO, ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors out there with all of the data to recommend the very best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today. Just go to K2VisionRLE.com. King LASIK and K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. Again, K2VisionRLE.com.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, buy low, sell high. There's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with zero investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Hey, Brock Heward here for my friends at PCF Construction. It was a couple years ago. We were seeking a complete outdoor living space. Molly wanted a new deck. She wanted to really make our outdoor space pop. And boy, am I glad we called PCF. Why? Because whether it's a very specific project or outdoor living, like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you completely covered. You know, Molly's an interior designer. She knows construction. She knows attention to detail. And PCF, they checked every single box along the way. And right now is the time to make the call. Up to $6,000 off your project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. And you can save an extra $1,500 when you bundle your deck with a patio cover. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or simply call today at 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, PCFgroup.com.
Why is Mazda of Everett the #1 dealer on the West Coast? Mazda of Everett is locally owned and operated for 20 years. They work hard to get you their best deal every time and to make sure you drive away happy. With over 700 new Mazdas, they stock more than anyone in the Seattle area. Find out for yourself why people keep coming back to Mazda of Everett. Take advantage of the Mazda of Everett price during the More to Move You sales event. MazdaofEverett.com. Claims based on Mazda USA inventory and sales reports.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Seahawks pull off a big road win against a good 4-1 going into that game. Jacksonville Jaguars team, and they were riddled with injuries on defense, but that didn't matter. They had guys like this guy to step in and pick up the slack. He's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. An old friend of the show, Shaquill Griffin, is with us. How are you, man?
Hey, man, how you doing? I'm doing good.
Hey, before we get into the game, just how does it feel to be back in Seattle? You've had a number of stops since you left Seattle, and now you return to the city where it all started for you. What's that like?
Oh, man, it feels good. It feels good. Definitely feels like home, where it all started at. You know, I always tell people it's a little different. I said last time I was here, ended up getting a chance to play and live with my twin brother. I said, now I'm back, fiance and 3 kids. I said, it's a bit different now, but it still feels the same love, from the fans and from the city. So it all still feels good.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, Shaquill, because you were in Seattle, obviously, and then you went to Jacksonville. And so now you're back there playing. I mean, was there times that you maybe went to the wrong sidelines, or were you all good with that?
Oh, no, I was all good. I ain't make no mistakes like that. Yeah, seen some old friends, but I told them I'll holler at them after the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, tell us about what you're seeing that Mike McDonald does differently, Shaquill, on the road trips. I mean, is there something different? Because they're just killing the road. I mean, it's been amazing what they've been able to do. And going back to when he first started here, only one loss on the road, and that was Detroit in a Monday Night Football game a long time ago. So what's different?
I don't think he does anything crazy different. I think he does well with managing our time. When we take that, especially being here way in Washington, our trips is a lot longer than most teams. Traveling across the coast. But, get a chance to come in, 2 days before the game, getting a chance to get our sleep schedule back right, taking the time to do the walkthroughs, get some sun, whatever the case may be. I think we just manage our time wisely instead of just, moving around, not doing the right things to prepare for a game. We definitely keep it all business-like, but, to get a chance to spend a little time there before the actual game on Sunday, with us being there Friday night, and get a chance to kind of get acclimated to the time difference. And, like I said, managing the time well help us prepare for the Sunday games.
How tough is this defense to learn? We talked with DeMarcus Lawrence, and he said something along the lines of you need a PhD to understand this defense or to learn it. Basically, it's intricate. Do you find it to be a pretty detailed defense?
Oh, yeah, for sure. You definitely need some smart guys, running this defense. We got a lot of different, checks and disguise and stuff that we kind of implement in our game plans, each week, changing it up. So we have a lot that we can use, Like I said, we game plan depending on who we're playing. But you got to have some smart guys. And I feel like we got the right groups to be able to make the checks and, the signals that we need to be in the right situation. Doesn't matter what we're up against. So yeah, you know what? I can agree with Lawrence on this one. You definitely got to be a smart guy to understand what's going on. But we got the right pieces here in this building to make that run.
What did you think about Jacksonville going into that game, Shaquill? I mean, they had a bunch of top picks. I mean, I think they had 3 overall number 1 or number 2 picks in the NFL, just loaded with talent and everything. And as far as their level of competition, how you guys played them. I mean, what did you think about that team going in and now after you've beat them?
Yep. Ultimately, I was always here saying them having a great defense. The plays that they made going up into that game, I feel like a lot of the pressure was held on the defense to kind of continue to make plays. So we came in understanding that we had to be the better defense that day. We already knew that, the offense and Sammy D and all those guys were going to protect the ball. We already knew that was going to happen, going in with no turnovers on that Sunday, this last game. And then, being a better defense, holding the guys to under 17 points. You can do a lot of great things, when the defense is playing that well. And we know they had a great defense, like I said, but we had to be the better defense on that day, and I think it showed up a lot. And like I said, we protected the ball, and, the game played itself out how it's supposed to.
Hey, Shaq, what's it like being the older guy out there, I guess? Even though in life you're very young at 30 years old, but in that locker room, I could picture, maybe some of the young guys, Nick Eamon-Morey or Nehemiah Pritchett or some of these guys coming up and picking your brain, and you've had that experience. Do guys come up and ask questions, or do you offer advice, or do you just wait till somebody approaches you before you say anything?
Oh, yeah. I feel like everybody in the room, comes up to me. It doesn't matter if it's, from the backers to the DBs on the back end. Guys usually come up. I got the OG tag to me now. I guess that's from the years of experience. So I get that name now. But, no, it's cool. A lot of the guys definitely come up to me, asking for advice. I'm always willing to give it, even before I even played and knowing I was starting this game. My whole, role was, continue to, I always watch the film. I break things down. So if there's any questions or anything that I can give, up to games for, the guys are going to be out there preparing and playing. I want to make sure they have every tool they can use. I'm locked in on the sidelines, making sure I can call out plays for those guys just to make it a tad bit easier. So I'm always doing those things to make sure they're prepared. And when the time came for me to, step up and play, it wasn't supposed to be no fall off. Make sure I was absolutely prepared. But like I said, I do this week in, week out, even if I'm up or down. Continue to be, that light for the young guys. If it's learning how to watch, film a little bit differently to make it a little easier for yourself, or picking out a couple plays out the whole game plan that you can, make a play on. If you see this formation, or if you see this split, or whatever the case may be, I'm always willing to give whatever advice I can.
Hey, Shaquill, for me anyway, one of the great moments in Seahawk history was when they drafted your twin brother Shaquem. That was such a cool moment, and so sort of take us through, what your guys' relationship, obviously very tight, but what do you guys? You see him all the time. Tell us what he's up to, and you guys, I would imagine, are together quite a bit.
Oh yeah. Well, whenever we get a chance, I'm stationed out in Texas. He's stationed in Florida right now. So in the off season, we get a chance to get with each other. We talk every single day. I'm pretty sure as soon as I get off this call, I'll be making a call to him. That's something we do every day. We talk. But no, he's been doing phenomenal. He's kind of been getting everything, off the field, together, for me and him actually. I think he just signed, our ninth tech company deal. He's big in the tech world, and now we're starting our own motivational speaking firm. He has a manufacturing company now. He's partnered with a jet firm now. It's a lot.
Wow.
We got daycares and academies opening up in Florida and Texas as well. It's just He doing a lot. He's staying busy, getting prepared for, the off the field stuff. It's been awesome to kind of see him branch his wings out, use the connection that he gained over the years, being in this league and especially being who he was, in the NFL, to a lot of, people and fans. He utilizing his connection. But, man, I think he's perfect for the things he's doing, very open, person that can connect any and everybody, to work together. And he's been phenomenal on the off-the-field ventures.
Have you thought about life beyond? I mean, you're in your 9th season. I don't know what if you put a marker like, hey, I want to get at least 10 or 12 years, but have you thought about what you want to do beyond football?
I'll probably jump into the things that he's doing, but he's preparing all this stuff, for us. The 9 tech deals that he signed for, I had to sign my name as well. So everything he's doing, I'm doing. He told me to focus on ball, and he'll set everything else up. He felt like from the time we started playing football, all the sacrifices and stuff that I made, up to getting all the way here to Seattle, he felt like he wants to take advantage to be the person to repay that back, and he wants to set up all the off the field stuff the same way I did when we was on the field. So I just been focusing on playing ball. He said he'll handle everything off the field, and when you're ready, he'll have a seat ready for me. So it's awesome to feel that. It's always good, you have something, after ball. And for me, playing ball, I told myself I ain't stopping until I start running slow. As long as I still got speed, I'm going to go ahead and go.
Are you as fast as you were when you got to Seattle?
Let's see. I was 4.37 coming to Seattle. I think I got a 4.39.
Okay.
Oh, you're dropping way off, man.
Yeah. Well, the 4.3 still work though.
Yeah.
Well, Shaq, it's great to talk to you again, man. Welcome back to Seattle. It was fun to see you running around out there, and hopefully we see much more of that. Thanks so much as always for the time.
Oh yeah, appreciate you guys always. Nice speaking to you again.
There you go. There's Shaq Griffin. The Seahawks Player Spotlight is presented by 3 Tree Roofing. We'll get the pitcher's perspective on everything that just happened in this series from our guy, Charlie Furbush. He's going to join us in studio. That is coming up next with Wyman and Bob right here on your home for the Mariners Pennant Push, Seattle Sports on 710.
2 down, 2 to go.
And the Mariners extend the lead back at the wall, and it's gone! Jorge Polanco, Mr. October!
The Mariners go for a commanding 3-0 series lead. Tomorrow, it's Game 3 of the ALCS at T-Mobile. First pitch at 5:08.
We're not done yet. We got a World Series to go get.
Only on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
Ryan Rowland-Smith here. For more than 35 years, the NBA Health Insurance Trust has been helping local builders, contractors, and their employees save money and gain peace of mind. They offer customized group health plans from the state's leading insurance providers. Small and mid-sized businesses deserve big healthcare access. The MBA Health Trust brings you the coverage you want at a price you can trust. Find out more at mbahealthtrust.com. That's mbahealthtrust.com.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Open enrollment for Medicare is coming up. Are you ready? Herb Weisbaum, the consumer man here. Get organized early with a Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit from the Insurance Commissioner's Sheba program. Order your free copy today at insurance.wa.gov.
Cancer impacts so many families, including mine. Former Washington Husky Mario Bailey here. My mother was treated for cancer at UW Medicine. As devastating as cancer is, there is hope because the Cancer Vaccine Institute is developing vaccines to treat and prevent the deadliest cancers. Patients who received vaccines over 20 years ago are still alive today. Please join me and make a donation to the Cancer Vaccine Institute at local Safeway stores. Learn more at uwcvi.org.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We've got a style of play no one wants to go up against. Big hits that turn the tides in our favor. Noise that shakes opponents to their core.
That was 112 decibels in that last tackle.
Disruption is in our DNA.
It's intercepted! Seahawks ball! Interception made by Lowe!
Celebrating 50 seasons of Seahawks football.
Break back, throws it, touchdown! Touchdown Seahawks!
Visit Seahawks.com/tickets today.
Baseball's postseason is here.
Julio!
Seattle Sports Playoff coverage is presented by Honey Bucket, 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Mariners with the day off today. They get back to it tomorrow at T-Mobile Park, Game 3 of the American League Championship Series. Mariners come in with a 2-0 lead, and they'll send George Kirby to the hill. 5:08 first pitch. You can catch it all right here. Seattle Sports on 710. Meanwhile, the Dodgers take Game 1 from the Milwaukee Brewers last night behind a stellar effort out of Blake Snell. They look to repeat that tonight. Game 2 in Milwaukee coming up at 5:08 p.m. Peralta taking on Yamamoto. That is your pitching matchup for Game 2.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Mariners are back in action tomorrow for Game 3 against the Toronto Blue Jays in the ALCS. And they come in with a 2-0 lead. And I couldn't be more surprised, shocked, stunned based on what they've had to go through to get where they are now. And we've talked about it a ton with this guy who's been a part of it all the way along. Charlie Furbush is back in studio with us. How are you, man? I haven't seen you in hours.
Guys spending lots of time together, huh?
Yeah.
Quality time.
Quality time, indeed. Yeah, for sure. Especially all these Mariner wins. Man, am I feeling good right now.
Yeah, we were there together for the 15 innings and hugging and high-fiving and yelling and the whole thing. Went through the gamut of emotions and Charlie watched me sit there and rock back and forth like Rain Man for 15 innings, just nervous and tense. And
well, I was thinking of you guys, man, and I texted Bob. I'm like, I'm rooting for the Mariners, but I'm rooting for you too because I know how much it means to you. But yeah, I mean, it sounded like it's a very cool environment. Everybody's loving it. There couldn't be a louder ballpark in all of Major League Baseball.
Yeah, right now it is something special. You can feel it from pitch one to the end of the game, and yeah, I will say it is nice watching games with you, Bob. You are fully invested, and in every sense.
Did he karate chop you or anything?
No,
like
I think
it's put some jujitsu on you.
Just a humongously passionate Mariners fan to a T. So I've seen the reactions from other fans. So he's reacting in all the right ways, and it was a pleasure to enjoy those moments for sure. But the fan base itself is just incredible, and you kind of look at how it's all unfolded. And the first game when they had Game 1, Kirby going and against the Tigers, the crowd was on something special. They were on another level, and they lost the game. And then it was okay. Game 2, what's going to happen here? And it almost felt like you could feel the energy in the crowd that they were a little anxious and nervous too. Like, oh, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? And then you go end up, obviously coming back to Game 5, and then it was back to Game 1 energy. It was just like an unbelievable experience, and just from top to bottom, I absolutely loved it. And the one thing you could tell was that when you play these marathon games, like it's draining for the players in so many ways, but it is draining for the fans, right? I mean, you're so invested, and you have multiple times with first and second no outs. You think this is going to be the inning. This we're going to walk it off, and then somehow, some way, it doesn't work out. So you can kind of feel that the crowd was just in it in every sense of it. So it's been remarkable, and I can't be more impressed with the experience the fans have brought into to T-Mobile every night.
Hey, you mentioned something I thought was very important. We were just chatting before, and it was about Eugenio Suarez was sitting over there in the camera well or whatever, and he gets hit, and he kind of falls over, and it was kind of like you could tell at that point, like he's really loose, right? And the team just in general, like he's making a joke about it, and they end up challenging it, which was really weird, as you mentioned. But yeah, I mean, just the fact that they're playing that way, and that how important that is.
Yeah, it's hugely important from a mentality standpoint, because at this point, there really isn't much physical changes you're making. You're already this far in the season. You know what you need to do. You know how to execute and hit the ball and throw the ball. So right now it's all about like your energy and your mentality each day, and knowing that you're not worried necessarily about your skill set or you're not playing well. It's like all about what can we do? What can I do as a teammate to help bring everyone else out and make sure that they are all ready to go? And obviously Dan and everyone else is doing that, but it's all about now how can you create that environment within that clubhouse so everyone knows what to do and focus on just tonight. I mean, I think that's the thing that is a little bit hard when you're in the playoffs, is that you realize what you're going for. You're like, okay, this is the World Series, and this is what we're playing for. It's the playoffs, and now the Mariners being 2 games away from the World Series. It's like, okay, how do we handle this internally and make sure that we don't try to get ahead of ourselves and just focus on Game 3. Come home, have a strong Game 3, put yourself in a good chance to win the game. And I think that's what the team has done so well, and I think that's what Dan Wilson has relayed that message so well to all the players. It's like, hey, we can't do anything about tomorrow. We need to take care of business tonight. So everyone that has an opportunity, everyone's name that gets called tonight, show up, do your best, and go try and execute, and let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah, I was asked earlier, do you think the pressure's now building for the Mariners? I'm like, no. The Blue Jays are the number 1 seed. The Blue Jays are down 0-2. All of the pressure is on them. All of the expectation. They've been there. They've won a World Series. You're the 1 seed, the best offense in baseball, and blah, blah, blah. Just put up 34 runs on the Yankees in that series. The pressure's on them. They're going, we got to win 4 of the remaining 5. That's pressure. We got to take 4 of 5. Yeah, the Mariners, they feel it. They know they're on the precipice here, but yeah, I feel like they can go in and play loose. They're kind of with house money. I think you probably go into that series, and you tell me if I'm wrong, but the mentality is, let's get one of these. Let's take 1 or 2 here, especially considering what they had to deal with starters on short rest, bullpen just being used to death. Realistically, you're going. I would have been happy. You took 1 or 2, mission accomplished. Now handle your business at home.
Yeah, it's once you come back here, I think you're gonna realize that. I think knowing that you have a 2-game cushion in a way, right? Like you can kind of, I think, operate or maybe manage your team more like a regular season game in a sense, right? Like it doesn't have to be all hands on deck to win Game 3, right? I think that you're still trying to plan out how the Game 4 would look and obviously potential Game 5. So, it'll be interesting to see how this game unfolds, and if you find yourself in a situation where you're up 2 runs and Kirby's pitching in the 5th and he's got 65, 70 pitches, you may run with him again, let him roll, and may not run into I don't like saying it, Barry Carpenter, because I don't think it's even really true at all. I'm glad we're past that. I know.
Yeah.
But that's going to be fun to watch how the game is managed in Game 3 when you do have a cushion. It's like, in every sense, let the starter kind of continue to dominate if he can, and if he's got some traffic, I don't think there's a need to pull him so quick. But at the same breath, if you do have a chance to, close the game out, really, stomp on their throats, if you will, and end it. It's like, all right, yeah, putting in Brash, putting in Munoz as quick as possible, and every sense they deserve to get more action. The bullpen over the last 2 games has given up 1 hit and 0 runs.
Been amazing.
Literally a full game 1-hit shutout, from the pen.
Is that the biggest thing? I mean, to me, there's been a lot of things we could point to and go, man, this Polanco's been amazing. Julio, the leadoff home run. Cal, Naylor. So many things you could point to. But to me, Bryce Miller giving you the best start of his season on short rest in a game that means that much. Logan going out there short rest, wasn't that sharp, but dialed it back in, gave you a few innings, and the bullpen just locking it down is by far and away what stands out to me.
Yeah, I mean, and when you look around the game and how volatile and unpredictable the bullpen can be based on situations you run into, for the Mariners to do this from the bullpen side of things, what it does is that it just keeps the game where it is. I mean, and that's what's so valuable, is that even when things happen or you feel like the starter gave up 4 or 5 runs, you got a bunch of guys in the bullpen, they're going to come down and shut the door. So it tells the offense, like, hey, don't worry, we got this. You guys go out and get some runs. Like, we'll keep the game in check like we always do. So go score a few more runs and, try and win the ball game that way. So it's just a testament to, everyone out there. I mean, I think it starts at the back end with Munoz for what he's been doing this year and closing out all the games. But then, it just trickles down, and you can name a bunch of different guys in that bullpen that have performed extraordinarily well, and they deserve all the credit because they've come in and cleaned starters' messes up. They've come in and kept the game in check. They've come in and got a big strikeout when you need it. So, I think as a former bullpen guy, a lot of, you get kind of talked about as a unit. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you're just the bullpen, right? And it's like, there's a lot more nuance and there's a lot more people than just the bullpen out there. It's like, obviously the closer gets most of the love, rightfully so, because the last 3 outs of the game are the hardest outs to get. So, but the other guys, in a lot of ways, you see them come in early in the game and limit any damage, and that acts as like a mini save. So then you don't have the inning blow up and you give up 3, 4, 5 runs. So, and it's just a testament to what they're doing down there so efficiently, like the no walks, attacking hitters, get strike 1, get strike 2. It's been remarkable, and it's just been such a strength for this team.
Is there a favorite of yours that in the bullpen? I mean, it's like trying to pick your favorite kid, right? But they've all been really good. But I mean, as far as maybe an underdog performance that has stood out to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to not say Bizzardo for everything he's done. I mean, I think he's been great all year. So, it's easy to kind of give him the love because he deserves it. And, to go multiple innings, the past few outings, and just do amazing work. I think he deserves credit. I still think Matt Brash deserves credit for what he's doing in the 8th inning and coming in and really throwing some ridiculous sliders at people, and you can tell people are uncomfortable and they're not really sure how to handle it. So, and you hear it from opposing teams, like, these guys are nasty out of the pen. And, I obviously want to give love to Spire too, as a fellow lefty. I think he still is going to be called upon multiple times here in the next couple games to continue to get out. So, yeah, I mean, again, I want to list the whole group of guys because they've done so good for so long. And I think that's what's so nice when you're a unit down in the bullpen and you're pulling for each other and you almost feel like a little mini team down there because you're so far away from the dugout, you're so far away from the action that you create this like really tight-knit bond. And, when someone gives it up or fails, like you felt like you failed, like you're with them, like you understand what it feels like. And to go and, pick someone up or vice versa, have someone pick you up. I mean, this stuff is like where bonds, relationship, the lifelong things that you'll never forget being like, oh man, this guy picked me up when I really needed it, and like sometimes it just takes that one little thing to get you right back into where you need to be and pitch to your strengths.
Yeah, Gary Hill tweeted this out last night. Edward Bizzardo, past 2 months, including postseason, 28 1/3 innings, 6 earned runs, a 1.91 ERA, 35 strikeouts, and 3 walks.
Sheesh.
He's been unreal.
Yeah.
He's been unreal. It's amazing. He worked his way into being a leverage guy. Right?
Totally.
Beginning of the season, mid-season, he wasn't a leverage guy. He was an arm you'd go to when you needed it, but your leverage guys were Spire, Brash, Munoz. He's right there. He's right there, and in some cases I've got as much, if not more, faith in what he's going to do. I mean, he's just his emergence has been huge for this team, and plus his ability to go night after night after night, multiple innings. Yeah, I mean, he's incredibly valuable to what they've been able to do here.
Yeah, and he deserves all the love that we're giving him. And I think that's what makes this team great is that you go into the year, you go, okay, we're counting on Brash from Tommy John, that he's going to be the guy. We know Spire's going to be our lefty out of the bullpen for how he's throwing this year. We got Mooney at the back of the pen. Then, you look at the rest of the guys, and I think that's where, when you look around the league, certain bullpens kind of get changed because you tend to be middle relievers or relievers that only pitch when you're losing. So I think that's what's so great is that they found, not that they didn't know how good Bizzardo was, but to have his performance be as good as it's been this year, and then, like you said, pitch your way into leverage situations, that's what great bullpens are made of. And when you get guys that are pitching in a way above what you think they can do, then that's where they could, as a unit, you can be so strong. Because then when a guy goes 2 out of 2 or 3 out of 4 and they need a day off, yeah, perfect. We got Bizzardo in the 8th. We're not worried about it, right? If Brash is down, that's what I think the value is and what he's provided so well this year. Not only in those leverage situations, but in those 5th and 6th inning situations where he has to come in and get the job done.
What's he done differently? Because he's not a young kid. He's 30. He played with Boston, played with Baltimore, came here, and he's been here for a couple of years. But even last year, you look at his numbers with Seattle, 4.88 ERA. I mean, he's not terrible, but you're not looking at him as a leverage guy with those numbers. And you look at him this year, and it just gave you the numbers the past 2 months. For the whole season, he had a 2.52 ERA, 73 games pitched. His high water mark was 23.
Nuts.
73. Yeah. I mean, it's just, his high water mark in innings, 27 2/3. This year, 78 2/3. I mean, just it's amazing what he's done. But what's different? Is it something mechanical? Is it confidence? What do you see?
Obviously, that's 100% part of it. I mean, I think the confidence behind what you're doing goes a long way. But there are two things from a pitching side of things that I see. One is his sinker that he's throwing harder than he's ever thrown, right? So it seemingly is a tick up this year, which is allowing you to have a little more success. But his ability to throw that sinker away to a righty and sink back in on the outside corner, I think I've seen a lot of those pitches where the righty just doesn't even think it's a strike and just watches it go by for a strike. And then he has this, I would say kind of like a mini Matt Brash slider in a way. It has this not weird, but it has a similar type break in terms of the shape. And he's able to throw that for strikes and for balls. And I feel like when he's landing that pitch for strikes and then he just yanks it a little further out of the zone, the hitters go, this is a strike for sure. I got to honor it, and I'm going to go swing at it, but then they swing over the top of it, and it's actually a ball. So he's been able to strike more guys out because of that this year. Mm-hmm. And then with having that sinker play, how it's playing and how efficient he's been with it, throwing strike 1, strike 2, it just opens up more at-bats and allows him to attack hitters in ways that give him the advantage.
Hey, you mentioned the bond that you create in the bullpen, which is really cool. I loved hearing that. Like, you guys are almost like a separate team out there. Who were some of the guys that really supported you and that you have lifelong relationships with?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it changes from year to year. Just because the bullpen at the end of the day is probably the most changed out top part of your team, right? Like every year, there's 4 new guys in the bullpen.
It's a revolving door.
Yeah, exactly. There's not too many people that stick around, but it's oddly enough, I'm on a group text with 4 other guys. One of which is Danny Farquhar, the pitching coordinator for the Mariners.
All right.
We have my best bud, the bartender, Tom Wilhelmsen. He's the man. Then we got old vet, Joe Beimel.
Old man.
Yeah. He was one of the.
He looked like Happy Gilmore's caddy, right?
With the beard, yeah. I mean, it was, yeah. I think he was just growing it out to try and be Wolverine for Halloween, which he actually did. It actually looked pretty good. But, he has, as a guy, I remember, being around him and him being a fellow left-handed pitcher, what he learned and just like some wisdom that you don't really understand when you're young, and then when you're going through it, I think he was able to kind of send that message to young guys in a way that allowed you to kind of accept what you're doing and not try to press all the time and get out of your comfort zone, if you will, so you can't perform well. The last guy is Dominic Leone, who was a rookie with us, who came up and ended up, I think we used to call him what do we call him? The Vulture. Yeah, we called him the Vulture because he had like 8 or 9 wins that year. Like every time he came in, the team took the lead and you got the win. Like, really, dude? You got more wins than 2 of the starters, dude. Come on. But we have this group text going, and then I'm in contact with some other guys individually, and it just you end up finding forming these bonds and relationships with your friends now, and lifelong friends that you feel so. I don't know. It's just such a unique relationship because, and I'm sure you feel this way too, Dave, like having some former football players in your life and that you've ended up having more life experiences with them, in a way off the field than you would on the field. And that's just through time because we obviously don't play forever, right?
Yeah.
But you form these great relationships and they end up becoming lifelong friends and you want to share things with them. You want to, meet their families and their kids and birthday parties and all that stuff. So it's really been cool for me to continue those relationships and knowing that I am one of the only few guys, and these are just some bullpen guys, I am friends with other people on the team. Just I'm
not exclusive.
Not exclusive, exactly.
Well, to your point, we're going to talk to one at 4 o'clock. Mark Schlereth is a guy we only played together for 1 year and just formed.
Well, there you go. You can tell him that him and his son and I played together in Detroit.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, Dan.
Oh,
his
definitely.
son, Daniel
Ask him about
Schlereth.
that.
Yeah.
Was he good?
Yeah, he was a, I don't want to say this in a mean way, but he was a shorter guy. I was going to say little guy, but that seemed a little rude. So he was a shorter, he's a shorter guy, but, ran it up to 95 with a nasty curveball. Yeah. I was always impressed. I came up as a rookie. He was already in the bullpen. So I got to kind of learn how he pitched and how he approached things. But I remember,
right?
Yeah, Daniel
Schlereth,
yeah, now he's a pitching coach, I think, down USF, maybe in Florida. I'm not sure, but yeah, you can mention that. Say we crossed paths back in 2011.
Nice. Meanwhile, the Mariners have their rotation perfectly lined up for the rest of the ALCS. We're going to get into that. Coming up next, we got Charlie Furbush in with us right here. It's Wyman and Bob on your home for the Mariners pennant push. Seattle Sports on 710.
2 down, 2 to go.
And the Mariners extend the lead back at the wall, and it's gone! Jorge Polanco, Mr. October!
The Mariners go for a commanding 3-0 series lead. Tomorrow, it's Game 3 of the ALCS at T-Mobile. First pitch at 5:08.
We're not done yet. We got a World Series to go get.
Only on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here. You can book now for an unforgettable experience. Let's talk about Hawks Peak. It is the place to be for game days this football season. With over 66 TVs, indoor-outdoor concept, the deck is covered and it's heated as well. And the food, oh man, it was excellent. All with breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. Yep, you can go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event going on right now through October 19th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Hey 12's Steve Rabel here for Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. For men 40 and older, a simple PSA blood test can help intercept prostate cancer early. You can get the simple test before the Crucial Catch game October 20th at Ticketmaster Tailgate.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Home of your American League West Division champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law.
we can help.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Construction. It was a couple years ago. We were seeking a complete outdoor living space. Molly wanted a new deck. She wanted to really make our outdoor space pop. And boy, am I glad we called PCF. Why? Because whether it's a very specific project or outdoor living, like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you completely covered. You know, Molly's an interior designer. She knows construction. She knows attention to detail. And PCF, they checked every single box along the way. And right now is the time to make the call. Up to $6,000 off your project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. And you can save an extra $1,500 when you bundle your deck with a patio cover. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or simply call today at 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, PCFgroup.com.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776. It's Wyman and Bob with Charlie Furbush in studio for the hour, talking Mariner baseball. Before we talk about the rotation, just give me a quick thought on Bryce Miller and him going, again, on short rest and best start of his year. I mean, truly a disappointing year for him because he was back and forth on the IL. He was coming off a tremendous year, 31 starts, sub-3 ERA. It wasn't like, oh, he had a hot stretch last year. He was fantastic last year. And then this year, injuries, what did he end the year with? 5.68 ERA in 18 starts. And then he gives you that gem on short notice. I mean, just how big is that?
It's humongous, and it's totally reminiscent of what he did last year. And he was a top 10 pitcher last year. At the end of the year, he finished tremendously strong. And I think that's what's been really frustrating for Bryce going into this season is like you were expecting to kind of just pick up where you left off, and it just never really worked out that way. So, you know, when you go through that unfortunate situation through injuries and you know, even like some of his mentals weren't as strong as they needed to be. So you go through all that, and then you come out on the other side, and it's like all that experience is so valuable now. It doesn't even really matter what your numbers were. It doesn't matter anything at all because you just made the biggest start of your career, arguably, and you dominated one of the best lineups in the world. So if anything, it's like, well, who cares what happened in the regular season? Like, it doesn't even matter anymore. Like, you had an opportunity to go out and do something incredibly special for your team, and you outdid what anyone expected. Mm-hmm. And that's what's so crazy about it is on short rest to come into Toronto, that place was rocking, and just shut them down from the get-go. Well, let's not say the get-go. First pitch went over the fence.
But that's even more impressive because first pitch leaves the yard, building's going nuts. He throws 27 pitches in that first inning, and you're going, great, 27 on short rest.
Yeah.
How long does he – you going to get 3 out of him maybe? I mean, it started off really poorly, and for him to dial it back in, I think he shut down 10 in a row at one point. I mean, just I can't say enough about that outing for him.
Yeah, and his fastball was lights out. And then if I'm – maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but as on the postgame, Aaron Goldsmith said that it was his hardest average fastball of the year
of the season
or okay, yeah. So I mean that just shows you when you're and I mean I say it from my experience, like, you know, I was probably a 92, 93 mile an hour fastball guy at best. Had a little more funk going on than, you know, strength. So that's all right. Add a little deception in there.
Plus you're a lefty.
Yeah, you know. Anyways, the days when I was throwing like 94, 95, like it was without a doubt I pitched better. Like there was no doubt in my mind if I could get to those days where I was really the fastball was cooking, it felt like no one had a chance. And I mean, I generally felt that way anyways, you know?
Yeah.
But I could recall a couple days where I'm like, okay, this is 94, 95 today, and I am feeling great. So I think that's what I saw is like Bryce's arm, the way his body was moving so quick down the slope. It just felt like he was on time and everything was just so in sync. And he didn't like he didn't lose it like throughout the whole game. And I think that was the most impressive part, is that you'd think that, okay, you see 97 in the first, 97 in the second, but through 5-6, he was throwing 96, 97. It was amazing. So I think that's where his fastball, and I think that's always going to be one of his better pitches. It just really, really showcased it against Toronto.
And all this without Brian Wu. It's pretty amazing. What do you expect from him as far as I feel like
it's a really good question.
This year he really has dialed it in, and like he's super intense, and so I wouldn't count on any kind of letdown or anything like that. Like I feel like he's going to get up to speed right away. But
there could be a limit, though, right? I mean, he hasn't pitched since mid-September.
Yeah. What are your expectations as far as length and whatever?
I think my expectation is just be healthy. Like, it's like in a lot of ways, I think he's done so well this year, and I would hate to have something, go wrong in this process as he tries to come back here. But he's on the roster, so obviously all these signs are telling me that he's good enough to go and he's healthy. So what I expect from a outing, I mean, I can't imagine an outing out the gate, haven't thrown in a month, no rehab assignment. I can't imagine more than 50 pitches. Like I maybe you could go 4 innings if you were really efficient, right? I think if you threw a couple 8, 12-pitch innings, you could get through 4 innings and get out of there. But I think that's where it's like, as soon as any sort of what they call stress pitches come in, when you have to throw with runners on base and you have to dig deep, how he reacts, how he feels after that. And at the end of the day, like, you can take a bullpen, you can do a live BP on the field, but there is nothing you can't practice what it's like to face the guy in front of 40,000 fans. So that's going to be, I think, the big factor, is that what I hope to see is that he doesn't miss a beat. Like, he comes back up. Now, when you haven't pitched for a month, he's been so accurate in terms of strike throwing. That's where I think would be the only concern, is like, if your stuff is there and you're throwing 95, 96, and everything looks sharp, now it's just terms of like executing pitches and throwing them where you want to. But when you haven't thrown in a while, I mean, you see this in spring training, guys come out and they're just either all over the map, or they're just like, I can only throw it down the middle right now, and it's just getting tanked, right? So I think that'll be interesting to see. But he's not that far removed from pitching very well, and that last start or whatever, he was
outstanding in that start.
So I think that's where I want to just kind of tame the expectations of thinking that he's going to go out and be a dominant 6-inning guy. I think he adds value to the staff without a doubt, but at this point, his health and his long-term outlook is very important, I think, for the long-term success of this team and the rotation. So, keeping him, healthy is going to be the ultimate goal. So what he does and how many pitches he throws will kind of be determined how I think the game unfolds, because you're also now in the playoffs. So if he comes in for 1 inning and he gives it up, you're going to get him right out of there, right? It's like, okay, then there's no point in trying to, risk him trying to throw really stressful innings down 2-0 in the first, So I would imagine that it'd be a Hancock situation coming in after him in that regard. But yeah, I don't expect much. I really just want him to be healthy, because he's been such a vital part of this rotation this year. And in a lot of ways, the team wouldn't be where they are right now without him.
Yeah.
So
Is that an uncommon pectoral?
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking,
I haven't heard about that one before.
I haven't either.
Yeah, generally speaking, it is a less common strain, but think about it's the reach back, right? So like, when you go to reach back, that's when your scap gets pulled back, or not your scap, your pec gets pulled back. So, and as throwers, you do these things all the time. We've been throwing our whole lives, right? So I think there's times where you don't know or think that you're fatigued or tired, and what happens usually are the big muscles take over. Like, okay, we're gonna take the brunt of the force, and I think that's what the pec was doing. Is like, all right, well, we're getting a little tired, we're getting a little fatigued, and then you throw one pitch, you feel something, throw another pitch, it's kind of still there, then you realize it's a pec, and then it's just in terms of, and that's honestly the best news, right? Like, that's a great
it's not a shoulder or an elbow.
Yeah, right. I mean, and knowing that it could be risking into next season. So really a great outcome, but now it's just a matter of like how that recovery goes and how you're feeling and not trying to re-injure yourself and put yourself back onto, oh no, I hurt my pec again because I pushed it too hard, you know?
Yeah. I'm anxious to see him get out there, but I'm with you. I don't know what people are expecting, that he's just going to be mid-season woo and he's going to go 6, maybe 7. I think they're going to have a limit, whether it's innings, whether it's pitches. You know, if he's got traffic, like you said, high stress innings. So we'll see. But
it's all about winning the game. So it's like, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. And no offense to Brian Wu, but it's like, hey, we're trying to win tonight.
Yeah. All right, coming up, we've talked a lot of pitching, but we're going to dive into some of the offensive keys to this series coming up next. It's Wyman and Bob with Charlie Furbush in studio right here on your home for the AL West champion Seattle Mariners. It is Seattle Sports on 710.
2 down, 2 to go.
And the Mariners extend the lead back at the wall, and it's gone! Jorge Polanco, Mr. October!
The Mariners go for a commanding 3-0 series lead. Tomorrow, it's Game 3 of the ALCS at T-Mobile. First pitch at 5:08.
We're not done yet. We got a World Series to go get.
Only on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Doctors King and Copstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange, a permanent solution to distance, intermediate, and near vision problems. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless.
And because we've performed over 100,000 procedures and followed the outcomes, we have the experience to know if RLE is right for you.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. And let's get your vision feeling young again, permanently.
Go to K2VisionRLE.com.
Dave Wyman here, and after 20 years of living in our home, our window seals started breaking. That's when I called Harley Exteriors. They're huge fans of our teams and regular listeners at the station, but what really sold me was their Olympic Series windows, built right here in Washington, designed for Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. They're beautiful windows that last up to 60 years, and they'll help with noise, too. Harley Exteriors knows you've been spending a ton on playoff tickets, so they have a special deal for Seattle sports listeners. No interest and no payments for an entire year. Also, buy one window and get the second one 40% off. And take another $200 off your entire project. They're the friendliest team and so easy to work with. You call the number and the person on the other line asks, "How can I make you smile today?" Just give them a ring and tell them you heard our ad. Call 833-HARLEY. That's 833-HARLEY, or go to HarleyExteriors.com.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now the company's changed, or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest Contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III!
Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
Hey, it's Tim Hunter, former Seattle radio goofball here with 2 words that aren't funny. Prostate cancer. Get your annual checkup. Keep an eye on that PSA number. And if you hear those 2 words like I did, talk to the folks at Swedish Cyberknife. 5 treatments, minimally invasive and technologically advanced over the other options. If you were a friend, and I consider you one, I'd highly recommend Swedish Cyberknife. We are so lucky to have them right here in town. Do your research, but definitely visit swedish.org/cyberknife prostate.
Dave Wyman here, and we've been fortunate to hear from 2 Swedish Cyberknife patients this year, Andy Ryder and Tim Hunter. Both heard about Cyberknife from our radio ads and completed successful treatment, raving about their experiences. Tim was impressed that treatment only took 5 days. Andy hosted a large international delegation the week after his treatment. If you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife here in Seattle. Go to swedish.org/cyberknife prostate.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up at the top of the hour, Mark Schlereth will join us for his weekly conversation. Never want to miss that, so stick around for that. We got Charlie Furbush in studio with us. We talked a lot about the pitching, but the offense, they've had some obviously crucial moments for Polanco, who's, in my opinion, been the MVP of the postseason to this point. Johs Naylor, great to see him come up with the long ball in yesterday's game, and he talked after the game and just talked about the mindset of this team during this postseason run.
I mean, every day you wake up ready to win, or at least try to be ready to win. Things may go your way, things may not. As long as you give your best effort, you can go to bed happy at night. Whether you lose, win, or draw, if you work hard, play smart, and have fun during it, and I feel like you can go to bed content. We have full belief in each other as teammates, as a whole locker room, coaching staff included, and we want to play hard. If you play hard, good things will happen.
Yeah, he's just so tunnel vision. His message is always, I don't care about. I want to win, want to go home, rinse, repeat, come back, win, go home. I mean, it's just, and he's just all about ball, all about effort, and you see it. And I feel like he's been such a huge addition to this clubhouse as much as he's been an addition on this field. Just that temperament, that mindset.
Yeah, he's unique, right? Like he's not like any other player, really. I mean, he sounds something like a coach a little bit, but yeah, pretty amazing guy.
I wanted to interrupt both of you so many times and just say, sign him, sign him,
oh,
sign him, sign him.
You don't have to tell us that. And by the way, I retweeted this stat somebody put up there that he supposedly is the second slowest player in all of baseball, only faster than the fire hydrant for
Kirk. Kirk?
Yeah,
Oh,
Alejandro
nice.
Kirk.
Yes.
He's the slowest, apparently. Slowest sprint speed. Second slowest, according to the stat, is Naylor, who's got 30 stolen bases, hasn't been caught as a Mariner.
It's amazing.
Does that not? And I don't know if that's true. I've got to believe there's somebody slower than him. He doesn't look fast, but he doesn't look like he's
definitely
the second
not
slowest in all of baseball.
Yeah, and he's definitely not stealing the bases because of his speed. I mean, you can see
it's
that.
his IQ.
So,
it's his timing.
Yeah,
it's amazing that element of his game is so prevalent, considering his lack of speed, his build, he just does not look like a guy.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he gets away with it.
Totally. I mean,
are you thinking sign him? Shut up, Dave and
yes,
Bob. Sign him.
Get him under the books here, guys.
Look, if it were up to us, he'd have been signed a day after he got here.
Yeah, I get it. But, you talk about the base running and what he's done and just his approach. You look at just this last deal in Toronto, it's like this walking lead. He does this where you don't think as a pitcher, and especially it's a little bit more difficult as a right-handed pitcher because your back's turned to him. So for me, as a lefty, I have the advantage, and I think he's operating a little bit differently in terms of how he's stealing bases against left-handed pitchers and right-handed pitchers. But
plus, you could get away with a block.
Well, debatable. My move was incredible. But,
lefties are always got.
I felt like I had a pretty good knack for knowing when these guys would go, and actually, I've heard this from other hitting coaches and base running coaches is, hey, make sure you try to give him the body language view that you're not going to go. And I always felt like whenever they tried to show that they weren't going to go, I was like, oh, I'm definitely picking because you're going to go. And almost, I felt like a lot of times as a lefty, as soon as I lift my leg up, they start running on first move. So that's where as a righty, you're like looking over your shoulder trying to say, all right, is he going? Is he going? And then if you just take just a hair of a second to look away and he starts running and then you still go and pitch there, he's got the bag, right? So it's a really fascinating thing. And when you have guys on base, especially when you mention the second slowest guy in the league, you're like, okay, he's not going to steal any bags. He's not going to steal any bags. And yet he keeps stealing bags. So I would say the secret is probably out on Naylor right now in terms of how he's stealing bags. But I mean, what an advantage. And I would imagine that there's going to be more and more guys like him that take advantage of situations where you can steal a bag when really no one sees it coming. And there are a lot of times he's stealing a bag and there's not even a throw, right? It's like, oh, you stole that bag without a doubt, man. So I think that's what's so fascinating is that it's not these bang plays where he's just, trying to get an extra bag. He's really strategic about it. And I think that's the big difference.
I think one of the more useful tools that they've shown during broadcasts and everything is where the pitch is and the difference in miles per hour. You've got something that looks like a fastball coming, and it's like a difference of 10 or 12 feet. I mean, I was just thinking about that the other day because it's the hardest thing to do in sports and all of sports. I think is get a hit. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, that's such a, I don't know, hardest thing to do. I mean, I can't, that's where it's like, you could argue so many different ways, the hardest thing to do. There's a lot of things I consider that would be extremely hard to do. But, I used to be a hitter. I know how to hit. I can see the difficulty in it. But I think as a baseball player, do you go, is this the hardest thing to do? I don't know. Maybe when you put a civilian up there, it looks like it's the hardest thing to do. But I don't know.
To hit a round object coming at 97 miles an hour with a round object, and square it up versus hitting a free throw or throwing a football or
I could probably
slap shot on ice skates.
That's not,
maybe. That's where
it's easy for you because you're going into the Hall of Fame over the weekend, right? Yeah. So Hall of Famer.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm hoping he doesn't mess up the baseball karma. That's all I'm saying. Is we've had a rotation up there. We've had. With the seats have been in place, and the team has won when we've all been in place.
Well, I'm sure the Texters will give me all of the love if it doesn't work out.
If it doesn't work out, you're going to be getting texts from me going, what did you do?
I thought about it. Maybe I should just take this thing remotely and just, thank you.
Get in on Zoom.
Appreciate you guys. But, it's it'll be good to go see some family, and obviously do the induction will be a special moment for me, and
very cool.
It's where it's where it all started for me in a lot of ways. So it'll be a good homecoming.
Hey, real quick, this from Jeff Passan talking about his offensive keys for the Mariners to advance to the World Series.
I think number two, they keep hitting home runs. You go and look at the record of teams in the postseason, and the teams that hit more home runs than the other teams are playing .850 ball. And I'm not saying that if you hit more home runs, you're going to win, but the two tend to be extremely strongly correlated, if not causative. And I know those are simple things, Brock, but when you're up 2-0, don't overcomplicate things.
Makes me want to say, that's your take. Remember on my take of Scooble, right? Like, that's it, man.
You missed a moment in the broadcast booth where we were talking to Gary Hill, and you know how we're on the upper row, and he's down there, and Charlie's looking at him going, Scooble, look, he beat Miami, he beat the White Sox, he's listing all these bad teams. He's like, and Gary's looking at him going, so that's your take? He's just smiling the whole time, nodding, and then
you better believe it, Gary. And I was right.
So that's your take, huh?
Absolutely.
That's hilarious.
It was so good.
He kind of shocked you there a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
Did you pull like a David Putty and go, yeah, that's right?
Yeah. I said, you know,
that's
it.
my take.
Yeah, that is my take.
But yeah, the hitting homers thing, I think that is valid, right? You got to hit homers, I think, in a lot of ways for how well the Mariners have played this year. They've hit so many homers, and I think you don't go into the game going, yeah, we're going to hit 3 home runs, right?
Yeah.
I think the offensive approach is, no, we're going in, we're going to hit the ball hard, and you heard it from Naylor. It's like, prepare yourself, work hard, let the chips fall they may. It's like we can't control everything, but we can work hard, and usually when we work hard, good things happen. So I imagine that they're going to prepare themselves as best as they can to be prepared to it's Bieber, right?
Yep.
To face Bieber tomorrow, and go out there, and each person go have an opportunity to get it done and have some fun. Let the crowd just bury all these Toronto fans.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. Charlie, congrats on the honor you'll be receiving this week.
St. Joseph's College Athletic Hall of Fame.
That's right.
Going in with 4 other people.
That's right. That's right.
Congrats, man.
Yeah,
hopefully we're talking about big things when you get back.
Yeah, so don't blame me, but I am going to be tuned in. I'll be texting everyone. So I cannot wait, and I'll be up late. We got a 8 p.m., 8:30 p.m. start these next couple games on the East Coast. So I'll be ready to go, and feel free to reach out to anyone tuning in. I will give you all the Mariners support you need.
All right.
There he is, Charlie Furbush, with us each and every week. Appreciate you, man.
Of course.
Thanks, Charlie.
Coming up, he was on the TV call of the Seahawks game on Sunday. Our guy, Mark Schlereth, is going to join us next with Wyman and Bob right here on your home for the Mariners pennant push, Seattle Sports on 710.
ESPN senior MLB insider Jeff Passett with Brock and Salk.
How special was that game, was that win on Friday night over Detroit?
Just so awesome. Every city has those defining games for the franchises they root for, and it's even better knowing what came next. Go on the road and absolutely destroy them for 2 days.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
Has it been hot in your house this summer? Maybe worried about the cold coming in this fall and into the winter? Might be because your insulation's just not up to snuff. That was my problem, Mike Salk here, and that's why I called Crawl Pros. They came out, they did a corner-to-corner inspection of my crawl space and attic, and they fixed that problem once and for all. If your home has any damaged insulation or no insulation in the attic or crawl space, you're bleeding money every month to heat and cool your home, but you don't have to. And even better, if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yeah, 95%, but you got to act now. Many of these rebates are ending at the end of this year, including the federal incentives. Let Crawl Pros come out and properly insulate your home before the cooler fall weather comes in. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, buy low, sell high. There's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with 0 investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Baseball's postseason is here. Seattle Sports Playoff coverage is presented by Honey Bucket, 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Mariners get the day off today, but they get back to it tomorrow. They send George Kirby to the hill in Game 3. He'll face off against Shane Bieber. 5:08 first pitch. You'll catch it all right here, Seattle Sports on 710. Meanwhile, the Brewers looking to even things up after dropping Game 1 last night to the Dodgers in the NLDS. Game 2 coming up at 5:08 first pitch. It's Peralta versus Yamamoto as your pitching matchup.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Blue 80, shut up! And I snap the ball, and there's just this horrific splash.
It's time to join the stink tank.
The analytics people that I hate your guts.
I take great pleasure in knowing that I'm an irritant.
I'd be the easiest guy in the world to kidnap.
Mark Schlereth.
I was right. You were wrong.
With Wyman and Bob.
We look forward to it. It's happening. It's happening now. He's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. You know him. You love him. He is the one, the only Mark Schlereth. How are you, man?
Man, I am doing great. How are you guys? I love the Mariner hat. It is awesome. I love it.
How are you? Are you following the playoffs? Are you dialed into what's going on, watching some of these games?
Unfortunately, no. I have not. I am so disgusted with baseball here in Colorado that I used to watch every night. I used to watch baseball every single night, and it's such an atrocity here that I've let it ruin me for every other, market. Like it really has, because I've just been so disgusted by what has happened here. Like, I mean, yeah, I could go on. I don't even want to get into the level of disgust. But when Chris Bryant, when Bud Black, who I love, comes out before the season starts and says, "Hey, listen, Chris Bryant, like, he's in great shape. He looks great. Like, hey, this year he decided to work out in the off season because that's not really been part of his regime, and he looks great. Like, he's going to be ready to go." You're like, wait a minute, you play a professional sport and you didn't actually work out during the off season? You didn't get yourself ready to play? And he wound up another 19 games or so that he played. He injured his back sleeping in a Ritz-Carlton, all these, and he called it a prison bed. Dude, you guys live at the Four Seasons. You're like, I just was like, I can't do it anymore. I can't. I wave the white flag. I can't.
All right. Well, let's try to keep it positive. We just had Charlie Furbush in here, who actually pitched with your son Daniel. So and had nothing but glowing things to say about him, of course. But
yeah, well, good for you guys. You guys are crushing it right now. You got the big dumper going on and the whole 9 yards. That part is fun. I like that.
So does that mean you're pulling for the Mariners of the 4 remaining teams?
No, listen, man, I grew up in Anchorage, Alaska, and I was a big Pittsburgh Steeler fan because, they were winning and I was a kid, right? So
same.
And that's what played in the mornings. You got Pittsburgh Steeler games. But then Alaska adopted the Seahawks, and Alaska adopted the Mariners because of proximity. They were the closest team to us.
Right.
And so everybody became Mariner fans and everybody became Seahawk fans. So yeah, of course I will adopt the Mariners. They're a great story. They're fun. So I love it.
It's good to have you on our side. I don't want to get in a Twitter battle with you because you're rooting for one of these other teams.
And I certainly am not going to root for a Canadian team. Give me a break. Those guys, we should take that country over and just keep it for cold storage, as far as I'm concerned. We just put beer up there and meat. We just hang meat. Here we go. We're coming over. We're Americans, and we're going to use your country to store our cold meat. That's what I think.
A freezer for us.
You want to give everybody your Twitter now and see if they can, or maybe the Canadians, maybe they don't have that in Canada.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, they can't. They're too nice. They're like, oh, he's a nice fella.
Yeah, we've seen you tick off fan bases, but never an entire country.
Yeah.
So this would be a new height for you.
Hey, Canada, come get a taste.
Well, you finally were on the call for a Seahawks game, and Dave and I leading into this game, we're looking at that Jacksonville team coming off a win against the Chiefs and going, hey, this team's 4-1, and this is not Jacksonville of old. This is somebody to be contended with. And then we watch Trevor Lawrence, who had been sacked 6 total times in 5 games, get sacked 7 times in this game. Was that more about what they didn't do well, or more about a dominant D-line from the Seahawks?
Well, I think it's amazing when you look at what you had in the back end, because I think Julian Love is as good as any safety in the game. I think that Devin Witherspoon it might be the best nickel in all of football. That guy is a football playing little Jesse. Reek Woolen was out, and say what you want about Reek, but he's athletic, he's long, he can run. So to come in there with 3 DBs out and to be able to absolutely control the line of scrimmage, I thought that was exceptional. And when you start kind of moving guys around, you had a great rotation with a bunch of guys that came off the bench like Mafi and all those guys. I thought they were great, and then they kept putting Leonard Williams and DeMarcus Lawrence on the same side and running games. I just thought I think Mike McDonald did a really good job of attacking protections, attacking their offense in general. And I thought Trevor Lawrence, pressure will do that to a lot of quarterbacks, but I thought Trevor Lawrence had his biggest regression Just his inconsistent play is inconsistent. He was just inconsistent with his accuracy. It was a dominant performance by that defense of Seattle, and it was kind of fun to watch that.
Yeah, it's funny, Mark. It seems like right after they have a blow up. I mean, it's a quick fix for Mike Macdonald, and he's very decisive about knows exactly what went wrong. Tell us about you had a chance to talk to him before the game, right?
Yeah,
What were your impressions?
Just no nonsense. Like you love a coach that. Hey man, if I suck, I want you to let me know that I suck. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things he was just like, listen, we were awful. Day one, like I've got to be better. Coaching, I'll take that. But you can't bust day one cover 4 principles. You can't. Like I don't care who you are, and I don't care if you're a backup or not. You can't bust day one principles. You can't let the lack of understanding or execution from the neck up cost you a ball game. And then the other thing he talked about was the poor tackling. He said, I've never seen us tackled, like you don't run up on a guy and throw yourself at the guy's ankles.
Yeah.
That's never been taught here. That will never be taught here. And he said, and if you do that, you're not going to play for me. He goes, it's either going to be you or me. Either you're going to get cut or I'm going to get fired. And I'm not getting fired for that. Like I'm going to take matters into my own hands. And I love coaches that don't mess around with stuff like that. I love it when you just say, hey man, this is where we're at. This is what I need from you. This is where you're not good enough. Like we're all adults here. And, we used to say it all the time in Denver here, in our room, in our offensive line meeting room, get good or get gone. You either do it or we're going to find somebody that can. And I love the no nonsense approach. And, I really enjoyed my time meeting with Clint Kubiak and meeting with Sam Darnold, who I have a ton of respect for, Ernest Jones, and obviously Mike Macdonald. He was incredible.
Hey, Mark, what's your take on Byron Murphy? He's a guy that I had a lot of questions after last year. He had a half a sack in the whole season last year, and I know the interior, you don't produce a ton of stats. He's got 4.5 sacks so far this year, leading the team. I'm just curious what you saw from him in this game.
Yeah, I thought he played exceptionally hard. I thought he did a good job of countering things. But I just thought the whole rush plan was well executed, whether it was, walking up to get your one-on-ones, walking linebackers up to get your one-on-ones, the games, they ran a lot of games, man, and they executed them exceptionally well and really got edges on the offensive line. I thought he did that. Chased down, I think at one point he was chasing down Trevor Lawrence, caught him on the edge. So, yeah, like all those things, playing exceptionally hard. And listen, man, I will tell you, they got embarrassed. And I guarantee you, they got their ass chewed after that game.
Yes.
I promise you. And to their credit, and we've all had games like that, guy. I mean, every one of us that's played this game has, played a game where you hope they burn the tape and nobody ever sees it because it's an embarrassment. And I've had a few of those games where I'm just like, man, that was as embarrassing an outing as I've ever had. And you got to wear it. You got to go in there like a man and take it. You got to be, you got to be able to take the criticism, and then you got to be able to take the correction, and you got to go out there and actually execute. And I thought minus that the one touchdown drive early where they gave up the honey hole shot down the sideline. They gave up. What was the other one? Was it a bubble screen and go? Like they had a couple of mistakes in coverage that they gave up. And after that, I thought they were spot on with pretty much everything they did.
Yeah, and I thought on both of those plays, Mark, that doesn't happen if you have Spoon and Love out there. And I think that we were talking about it earlier, that there's a reason why guys are backups. They're good players, in spots, and they can play special teams, but it's, you're going up against the ones, and that's the reason why, right?
Yeah, I think part of that too, Dave, is when you play a lot, man, you learn how to communicate. And, and when you play together and you play a lot, man, everybody seems to be on the same page. And I think when you watch Love play, Love is just that guy to me that totally understands what he sees and is instant in reaction. And like that's the difference between being a really good player and being a marginal player. Is guys who don't have a ton of speed, don't run really well, don't jump over boxes, those guys who recognize it and instantly react can make plays. And I'm not saying that Love isn't a great athlete, he's an exceptional athlete, but you can just see him on film, man. He recognizes what's going on and instantly reacts, whether he's in the passing game or in the run game. And then his ability to communicate with everybody else. And I think you see some of that in Kobe Bryant as well. You know, a coverage guy that came in and played nickel as a rookie, and you start to see him make some of the same reactions on that back end at safety. I think he's a guy that has a lot of potential to be really good in this league as well.
You said you had a chance to sit down with Sam Darnold. You obviously watched him play. He's got me convinced now. I mean, he's in the top 5 of just about every statistical category for quarterbacks at this point. And I know for you that doesn't mean a ton, but just what did your eyes tell you? What did your ears tell you when you talked to him?
Man, I've been a Sam Darnold fan. I'm so proud of him. You know, it's so easy to just kind of roll over, and when the league just kind of basically takes a dump on you, you know, and it's easy to lose your confidence and lose your way. And you know, I've told you guys, man, he made a choice to go to San Francisco and learn how to play NFL style football. And then, you know, he goes from there to Minnesota and he puts up an unbelievable season. And then people are like, yeah, but the last 2 games, ooh, you know. And then he's being able to bring that, you know, bring that to Seattle. And I thought one of the big things that, you know, that talking to Mike McDonald, he said, my number one thing was, man, I wanted a dude. Like, and you know what? I don't know exactly how to define that. You just know it when you see it. You got at that position, especially, man, you got to have a guy that people believe in, that people want to rally around, that people want to play for. And I just think he's been so good. And to me, his story is so good. And there's several of those, like Baker Mayfield. He's got this unbelievable story where he's getting booted out of organization after organization. Same thing with Sam Darnold. You know, this booted out of one organization to the next, like you put up to MVP caliber statistics in Minnesota, and they say, yeah, we'd rather go with a rookie that hurt his knee and never played last year. Like you know, and say, all right, well, let me move on and figure out a place for me that where I can excel. And it's really cool to watch it. It's really cool to see, you know, a guy like Cooper Kupp come in there and what he has meant to Smith and Jigba, what he's meant to Sam Darnold, you know, the fact that he goes to all the quarterback meetings as well. Like it's pretty cool stuff what's going on right now.
Hey, you know, I don't know what kind of you said, you know, all about the impression that you got from Mike McDonald, but one of the things about him, you said he's very decisive and like he doesn't sit on his hands. And it's not like that we're coming up on the trade deadline here, but he just seems like the kind of guy that he's going to get it right, because last year, halfway through, it was like, okay, we don't have the right linebackers, so I'm going to fire one and I'm going to trade one. And, you know, and I feel like maybe a little bit of that in the defensive backfield. What do you think that defense needs the most after seeing them over the weekend and you know, studying them all week?
Yeah.
Where do you think is a position that they're likely to, on the defense, you know, make a trade?
Yeah, I would look like at your cornerback on the outside. You know, like the one thing about Mike McDonald that strikes me is a guy wants, I don't care that you run super fast. I want football players, you know? And so I get a guy like Rick Woolen that, you know, I think played his best football as a rookie. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's on the market at some point. Like big, tall cat, very athletically gifted.
Yeah, don't you think that would attract a lot of, you know, trade partners?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to fall in love with the measurables.
Yeah, I think one thing about NFL, you know, football and organizations, if you think the egos are big in the locker room, walk upstairs to the coach's office. It's like, I never met a coach that didn't think he could fix somebody or you know, or heal somebody or coach somebody up. And I'm not saying that Reek needs fixing, but I watched several games, and I really tried to look at everything, and I was like, it always feels like he's playing 7-on-7 to me. And I like I don't know, like I wouldn't be surprised if they made a move there. I'm not saying that they will, but that wouldn't shock me to get another kind of just more of a like a hard nosed kind of guy that will play some physical press, and jam people and on the outside. I wouldn't that wouldn't surprise me.
Hey, Mark, what was your feeling about the O line and more specifically the rushing attack? Because you look at their numbers, where they rank. This is a top 5 scoring offense. This is a top 5 passing offense. They're the 24th ranked rushing offense. They didn't run the ball particularly well in this game. It's the one area of the offense that just hasn't found any consistency. Is that more about the backs, the scheme, the line? What do your eyes tell you?
It's probably a little bit of everything, but I think the thing you got to take away is 26 carries. What they average, like less than 3 yards a carry,
Mm-hmm.
but you still found a way to get 26 carries. And you know what that did for you? That created situations on 1st and 10 to hit some shot plays on that defense, where those guys are playing the run and you get some one-on-one opportunities with Smith and Jigba, and you get a over route, and all of a sudden you got big plays down the football field, chunk yardage plays, and those things equate to points. And so, I know they didn't play exceptionally well, or they didn't have a lot of yards per carry. Part of that was Jacksonville is pretty good up front. Like their front four is pretty good, and Hamilton inside and Eric Armstead. I mean, those guys are really good at defending the run, and the 2 defensive ends are really good at just controlling line of scrimmage. So the fact that you still got 26 attempts, I think that's big. I think the other thing is it's a new system and learning how to play together and learning how to run tracks and entry points for the backs and staying on a track is like that's something that has to be coached and has to be worked on, and you have to trust and believe in that. And so I think all that stuff is a work in progress. But the fact that you're still getting 26 carries and they're still having to defend it, and that gives you the opportunity to go over the top in some play action situations and take some shots on 1st down when you're not getting pass rush. I think that's one of the reasons that you guys lead the league in passing, or Sam Darnold lead the league in yards per attempt.
Yeah, that's interesting. You've been the one guy that said that to us, that it's all about the attempts, more than anything else, that they're sticking with it. And then the other thing, Mark, that jumped out was it kind of reminded me of my first broadcast was 2017, when Jacksonville was starting to amass all of these first-round draft choices, and they had Jalen Ramsey and Yannick Ngakoue, and but that's a team that's just loaded. I mean, you have 2 number 1 overall picks, Trevor Lawrence and I'm blanking on the defensive end. But then
Trayvon Walker.
Yes, Walker. And then, you've got a bunch of, second pick with Hunter. And I'm curious about him, Travis Hunter, what you thought about him and, where he should sort of settle. But I don't know, it just seems like a good team that I think is pretty well coached, but they've got a ton of talent. And but yeah, seriously, what about Travis Hunter? What'd you see in him?
Yeah, I mean, he's still kind of figuring it out. And I know when he got there, they thought he was very raw from a route running standpoint, and he's growing. He's an exceptional, dynamic athlete, and I think they're probably, if you go through and dig through all the film like I have, there's probably 5 or 6 deep touchdowns they've missed where the ball's never even gotten pushed to him. And so, they're trying to get that done. I think their biggest issue, truly, and it was the biggest issue on Sunday, is the inconsistent nature of their quarterback. He reverts back to bad habits that he developed over the course of 5 years with bad coaching. And so to tie your feet together to your mechanics and to be efficient in doing that, that's a work in progress for Trevor Lawrence. And, and he readily admits it. He's like, hey man, I'm still working through this stuff. And all the things that he had to do coming up through the Jacksonville Jaguars, and he just really wasn't coached in a lot of that stuff mechanically. And so when you do get pressure like he got against Seattle, you're going to revert to poor mechanics, to poor foot energy, and inaccurate throws. And there were so many times where receivers digging one off the blades of the grass, or going up for a fingertip catch, and to get yards after catch, to have yards, the yak yardage, you have to communicate defensive leverage with ball placement, accurately putting the ball where it needs to be to avoid a tackle so you can spin in that direction and get extra yardage. And there was not one opportunity that I remember where Trevor put the ball in a place where a receiver could spin to that ball, either inside or outside leverage, and get away from a defender and get an extra 4 or 5 yards. He was, the receivers were going up and making a fingertip catch, coming down and getting instantly tackled because of the inaccuracy of the ball placement. And that was a consistent kind of just a consistent thought process, or a consistent, happening over the course of that game.
Mark, as always, we appreciate you, my friend. Have a great rest of your week, and we'll do it again next week.
All right, let's work on that Canada thing. You guys are close.
Yes, definitely.
Let me know. Let me know what we come up with.
Let's get that stirred up a little bit.
Yeah, let's follow Mark's Twitter, and more importantly, see how many Canadians attack him on there.
Well, like you said, they're too nice, eh?
Yeah, he says, come get a taste. Mark,
all right.
Thanks,
See
man.
you guys.
Thanks, buddy.
There you go. There's Mark Schlereth with us each and every week. Always great stuff with him. If you missed any part of it, you can find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, what was the mood like when the Mariners arrived in Toronto? And what was it like yesterday on the flight back? We'll get all of that from our Mariners insider, Shannon Drayer. She's going to join us next with Wyman and Bob on your home for the AL West champion Seattle Mariners. It is Seattle Sports on 710.
2 down, 2 to go.
And the Mariners extend the lead back at the wall, and it's gone! Jorge Polanco, Mr. October!
The Mariners go for a commanding 3-0 series lead. Tomorrow, it's Game 3 of the ALCS at T-Mobile. First pitch at 5:08.
We're not done yet. We got a World Series to go get.
Only on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
When you add King LASIK to K2 Vision, that equals freedom vision. I'm talking freedom for every stage of life. LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses, contacts, and RLE, which is refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision. RLE adds an extra freedom from readers and, more importantly, cataracts. It's Bob Stelton here, and I've gone through the process. I had RLE, went to K2 Vision for that. Dr. Kopstein did my procedure. It's one of the best decisions I've ever made because I was having a hard time just reading small print in any form, whether it was a text, whether it was a label on a product, a restaurant menu. If I didn't have readers, I was out of luck. So it's just a giant pain, and that has been rectified. Now, if you suffer from that, or maybe you struggle with distance vision and you need reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect and, more importantly, your permanent solution. And the best part of it is you'll never develop a cataract. With over 250,000 procedures, Dr. Kopstein and Dr. King are two of the most experienced vision correction surgeons in America. Whether it's LASIK, EVO, ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors out there with all of the data to recommend the very best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. King LASIK and K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, or readers, or cataracts. Again, K2VisionRLE.com.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at BigTreeSupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
8 8 years ago, I blew my football career.
He dropped it at the 1 yard line.
Chad Powers has arrived on Hulu.
If I can't play as Russ, I'll play as someone else.
My name's Chad.
And last name?
From executive producers Eli and Peyton Manning.
Remember, you're wearing a prosthetic mask? This is acting.
And starring Glenn Powell.
He thinks you're a rubber utility.
Not rubber. I'm a man made of flesh.
The Hulu original series, Chad Powers, is now streaming on Hulu and Hulu on Disney Plus for bundled subscribers. Terms apply. New episodes Tuesdays.
Hey, it's Kirk Herbstreit. On game day, great prep makes all the difference. Same goes for your pizza. That's why I go with Frigidaire Stone-Baked Pizza Oven. Fresh pizzas go from dough to done in just 2 minutes.
Whether you're throwing a party or squeezing in dinner between plays, this oven delivers hot, crispy, restaurant-quality pizza right from your kitchen. Only from Frigidaire. Game-ready pizza. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Your home for baseball's postseason and your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Construction. You know, it was a couple years ago. We were seeking a complete outdoor living space. Molly wanted a new deck. She wanted to really make our outdoor space pop. And boy, am I glad we called PCF. Why? Because whether it's a very specific project or outdoor living, like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you completely covered. You know, Molly's an interior designer. She knows construction. She knows attention to detail. And PCF, they checked every single box along the way. And right now is the time to make the call. Up to $6,000 off your project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. And you can save an extra $1,500 when you bundle your deck with a patio cover. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or simply call today at 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, PCFgroup.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you?
I just wanted to request a late checkout, please.
Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours.
Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours.
Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks to Mark Schlereth, who joined us in the previous segment. If you guys missed any part of that, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Right now we get a chance to catch up with our Mariners insider who joins us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook hotline. Shannon Drayer is here with us. Hello, Shannon.
Hey, Bob, did you miss me for a couple of days?
Yeah, we got to. I'm all of a sudden I'm superstitious, Shannon, and we got to keep the karma going. We have to sit in the same order in the broadcast booth. I forced Shannon to eat a cookie because I said, look, if you ate a cookie the other 2 times they won, then I happily insist that you eat part of my cookie. So I gave her half my cookie.
You know, you wouldn't have had to insist that I eat a cookie, Bob.
I know.
I would have taken care of that on my own. But
all of a sudden, I've become superstitious.
Are you superstitious, Shannon?
Am I superstitious?
Yeah.
In some circumstances, and it's not usually a pitch-to-pitch or even a game-to-game thing, but one of the things that I refuse to do is pack a suitcase. And until that is settled, and unless you have to, there are times when you have to come to the ballpark because if they win, they're leaving right afterwards. But if they're not, it's not happening until it's locked up and you're actually leaving in 10 hours. So it's not the most practical superstition, but that's definitely one of the ones. And I do get nervous in no-hitters. I don't like to say much if anything happens there. I don't want to be responsible if anything happens there. So, yeah, I think I really am.
Sounds like it. Sounds like it. You're we're kind of talking it through, and there's a lot coming out,
There's
Shannon.
a little bit there.
Yes,
a little bit there.
Dave, you got it out of me.
Yeah.
I'm superstitious.
I'm like
by the way,
therapist over here.
She ate the cookie, and everything worked. They won.
I ate the cookie. I did eat the cookie, yes.
Shannon, what was what an amazing night. I mean, just a marathon, 15 innings, just unreal that I didn't see anybody leave that building. That place was on their feet. It was just, the whole night was just magic. But then you're like, oh, wow, you got to play a game in less than 48 hours, and you don't have any fresh arms, and, they're starters on short rest. What was the mood going there and then coming back up 2-0?
You know what? It was pretty remarkable because I was wondering, are they going to have the full, celebration? Yes, they did. They absolutely. It was, a ton of fun, and they were going to celebrate that. And they had already determined that they would travel the next day. It was never, we're going to get there as soon as we can and get our rest and be ready for that game. And it apparently did not hurt them in the least. There were delays. I was on the family plane, and that got there before the player plane. They had to get another plane to take. And, they all took it in stride. I mean, for them, it meant just, well, maybe we'll go back inside, play a few more cards, maybe go get in another workout. If you didn't get to throw earlier in the day, maybe you throw at that point. This team has just been so resilient in every means possible, be it game to game or any little bit of adversity that has hit them, that they didn't blink an eye in that. And I love what Dan Wilson and how he has framed it, and now we're hearing the players frame it, because we did go into Toronto thinking that, okay, they're well rested. They got exactly what they wanted, seeing both the Tigers and the Mariners just try and beat each other up for 15 innings. And so they're in a good spot right there. But what Dan Wilson has been telling the press, and now you hear it from the players, is it's not a big deal. We're up in the upper northwest corner of the country. We travel all the time. We get in at 2 a.m. all the time. This is what we do. Our off days are always spent traveling. And I think that everybody took that to heart, and it was like, yeah, it's just another game for us, really. And then for Bryce Miller to go out there and do what Bryce Miller did. And that was, second half 2024 Bryce Miller, who was as good as any pitcher in baseball last year. And to do it on a day of short rest, too, was that, it was just phenomenal what he did. And at that point, you were wondering, okay, where is this going?
Yeah. Hey, Shannon, there's a couple of hold-your-breath moments there. Cal, I think, was that the throw that he made that was just a laser down to first, and then he kind of came up with a little grimace? Was that play, or was it another?
Where the ball out in front of home plate?
Yeah. And then, Johs Naylor fouls one off of his ankle. Those two guys, you think, okay? I mean, I feel like those are two guys that nothing's going to keep them out of, keeping playing. But those were some kind of tough moments there. I was worried, but do we have anything to be worried about there?
I don't think so. I've seen them, both since briefly. They're fine. I mean, Cal, it's I think we know what it takes to knock him out. He played without a thumb in 22. It's not an easy thing to do. Played another game with a tooth that required a full root canal. 2 days later when he got home, and hates. You heard it on the Cal Raleigh show all year. We couldn't get anything out of him. In fact, he'd get angry if I asked him about injuries. He doesn't want. It's nothing. Everything is nothing. Yeah. It's nothing. And so I don't think as long as he can get up and keep going, I assume that he is okay. because that is what he has been able to do. Now, Naylor has been dealing with different things throughout the season, and he has. I think he's been pretty smart about it, particularly in the month of September. You did see him sit out a game here or a game there, and sometimes it was a little bit of a matchup when they weren't quite sure with the lefties and whatnot, but it was also probably more so because they wanted to give him a chance to, let that shoulder quiet down a little bit and some other things too. So, it does bear watching. I think they're both okay right now, but I think, either would fight you, Dave, if you tried to take them out of the game.
What's your feeling about Kirby and Luis going on full rest at home? We know what the splits look like, road and home. So this, for me, feels good. But how are you feeling about that?
George Kirby was such a pleasure to watch in Game 5, and just was absolutely, just showed, his absolute strength that he can go out there. And his first outing against the Tigers, he threw 64% fastballs, the 2 and the 4. And then in Game 5, he came back and they had determined this is what we need to do. This is how we beat them. We got to go slider city on them, and they did that. And Kirby led with the slider and barely threw the fastball at all. And he can do that. He is that good. And so I feel good about him, and it's just, mostly about him being where he needs to be. It's taken a lot of adjustment for everybody who's been on the IL this year in that rotation to get back, but they all appear to be there right now. The timing couldn't be better. So, the rotation, which I was getting so frustrated throughout the season because everybody on the national front would say, oh, well, with that pitching, I'm like, no, it's not there right now, and they're remembering what they were the 2 years before. It was more about the offense, but when you get to the postseason, it almost has to be about the pitching, and they've done it. They have been shut down, and we did see the offense in the last game in Toronto, which was absolutely fantastic to see, but we are seeing, just some of the best stuff from just about every man in that rotation right now, and Castillo has been as steady as anybody, particularly at home. Love seeing him come out of the pen, love seeing him on the rail, supporting, his teammates and the relievers that followed him. So, I feel good about him, particularly in the building, as you mentioned, and now he's had plenty of rest, and by the time Logan comes up the next time, he'll be back in his regular routine, which has been nothing but, anything but regular the last week. So you have to love the way that the pitching sets up, and Brian Wu is on the horizon, and you're just shaking your head. It's not about 4 anymore. It might very well be about 5 of them, and if you're on the other side, that's a tough place to be because you don't know who's coming at you, and you know that whoever it is going to be somebody that has put up some pretty impressive outings the last few times out.
Shannon, I can't wait for tomorrow. Get the cookie ready. We need to make it happen.
It's all about the cookies, and I guess if I have to, I will.
Shannon, we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks as always.
You got it, guys.
Thanks, Shannon.
There you go. There's our Mariner insider, Shannon Drayer.
Well, it's not like she's trying to wear dirty socks or, somebody texted in about not changing their underwear. I'm like, dude, come on now. I'm guessing you're single.
but you've got a very, very patient and understanding significant other.
Exactly. But, look, Shannon, eating a cookie, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I had to insist.
Stuff.
Yeah,
absolutely.
All right, coming up, we found out about one thing that brings Johs Naylor a lot of joy. We're going to hear about that when we sweep the dial. That is coming up next with Wyman and Bob on your home for the Mariners pennant push. Seattle Sports on 710.
Brock and Salk.
Joe Davis joining us right now, Brock.
Morning 6 to 10.
Fox Sports. He's calling this series.
How much in Seattle have you and Smoltz ever done?
The All-Star game.
That's it?
Just the All-Star game, yeah.
It's hard to change a narrative that's existed for the last, whether you want to call it 4 or 24 years.
Nationally, I think it's probably not until these last 2 games where eyes have really been opened. I can't wait to get to Seattle for Game 3.
Brock and Salk. Morning 6 to 10. Only on Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors, and after over 20 years in our home, our window seals started breaking, and that's when I called Harley Exteriors. They're huge fans of our teams and regular listeners of the station, but what really sold me was their Olympic Series windows. They're built right here in Washington, and they're designed for Pacific Northwest homes and climate, and that means cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. They're beautiful windows that last up to 60 years, and they'll help with noise as well. Harley Exteriors knows you've been spending a ton of money on playoff tickets, so they have a special deal for Seattle sports listeners. They're offering no interest and no payments for an entire year. Also, buy one window and get the second window 40% off. And also, they'll take another $200 off your entire project. And they're the friendliest team, and they're so easy to work with. You call the number, and the person on the other line asks, how can I make you smile today? How about that? So give them a call and tell them you heard our ad right here on Wyman and Bob, and call 833-HARLEY. That's 8333-HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Has it been hot in your house this summer? Maybe worried about the cold coming in this fall and into the winter? Might be because your insulation's just not up to snuff. That was my problem, Mike Salk here, and that's why I called Crawl Pros. They came out, they did a corner-to-corner inspection of my crawl space and attic, and they fixed that problem once and for all. If your home has any damaged insulation or no insulation in the attic or crawl space, you're bleeding money every month to heat and cool your home, but you don't have to. And even better, if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yeah, 95%, but you got to act now. Many of these rebates are ending at the end of this year, including the federal incentives. Let Crawl Pros come out and properly insulate your home before the cooler fall weather comes in. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Cancer impacts so many families, including mine. Former Washington Husky Mario Bailey here. My mother was treated for cancer at UW Medicine. As devastating as cancer is, there is hope because the Cancer Vaccine Institute is developing vaccines to treat and prevent the deadliest cancers. Patients who received vaccines over 20 years ago are still alive today. Please join me and make a donation to the Cancer Vaccine Institute at local Safeway stores. Learn more at uwcvi.org.
This is where you hear the AL West champion Mariners in the ALCS, Seattle Sports, and the Seattle Sports app.
The fall, well, it's a great time to reset your workouts on new stuff, and Top Fitness has some great deals going on right now. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and you've heard me talk about working out in your home gym. It's the best. From flooring to everything that goes in that gym, like treadmills, ellipticals, and strength training systems, well, Top Fitness provides it all. Top Fitness represents the very best brands available, like Washington's own Precor, yes, the company that created the elliptical, and Inspire Fitness, the leader in strength training machines, along with so many others. Give Top Fitness your room dimensions right now, and you know what? They'll do the rest. They'll do a complete fitness room design. And right now, get 0% interest financing. Mention you heard it from me and receive an additional $100 off any new treadmill or home gym. It's no secret that everyone, from personal trainers to professional athletes, love Top Fitness. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit them online at topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
At Bible Law Group, we understand when your legal problems hit biblical levels. That's why you can't wait 20 years to make the playoffs. You need help in court now. With James Bible and his team by your side, don't panic when the giants you're facing seem 10 feet tall, or when you feel trapped in a lion's den of litigation. At Bible Law Group, we've secured over $40 million in settlements for our clients, and we're ready to fight for you. When your legal problems are biblical, contact Bible Law and let our talented team get to work. No matter the case, find us at BibleLawGroup.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
I don't think I'm making this up. There might have been a smile on Johs Naylor's face yesterday after the game when he was talking about his excitement to go home and play in front of this crowd that he just seems to love more and more every day.
I'm just full of energy, full of just an awesome fan base who loves baseball, loves to watch their hometown team win. And I think we really feed off that as a group. I mean, I sure do, and I 100% can say everyone else does. We have such loud fans. They do a great job of keeping the fans entertained in between innings, in between pitches. I love playing there. It's been super awesome. I've gotten so many compliments from friends who've watched me play or ex-teammates I've played with, or even just opponents who I'm playing against, like how awesome it is in Seattle and how cool the fan base is and how they're like ride or die Seattle, and it's super awesome to be a part of.
Sign him.
I'll tell you what, man. He has done a great job with that, and it doesn't come off as like he's pandering or anything. He's very genuine guy, and we know from interviewing him, you're not going to get any, you're not going to get anything from him that he doesn't believe.
Right.
He's very straightforward, very direct, and I love that. And if you're a Mariner fan, you got to just love this guy, right?
I think they all do. I mean, he gets as loud of an ovation as anybody on that team. He's been huge for him. I think they just, and certainly it doesn't hurt when he talks about how much he appreciates the fans out here. Yeah. And he's not lying. He was saying that long before they were in the playoffs. It's unsolicited.
He was here like 10 days when we talked to him, right?
Yeah.
Sweeping the dial.
Yep, said it with you guys first. We'll always remember that one.
That's right.
We'll go pull that interview up again when he does re-sign here. So that'll be in the near future. But yesterday, Tim Hasselbeck was on SportsCenter breaking down the Seahawks division and kind of talking about how the NFC is wide open and how he really likes the Seahawks' chances when it comes to winning the NFC West.
Yeah, I think they're legit, maybe as good or better than the Rams. And so, there'll be attrition and injuries, but I like Seattle's chances to win that division as we sit right now.
Yeah, I love that the national media, Dave, is starting to come around because you and I were there at the beginning of the year, both calling for double-digit wins, trying to figure out what it is the rest of the country wasn't seeing with this team. It was a double-digit win team last year. And the defense starts out, and that was with a defense that wasn't great in the first half and was phenomenal in the second. So the idea that they'd hit the ground running defensively, which they kind of have. The secondary's been banged up to pieces, but I mean, they're top 5 in terms of stopping the run, points allowed, the most important category. So, and the offense, I would say, is probably better than any of us thought, at least certainly that I thought it would be.
I think that Sam Darnold won over a lot of fans, and I don't mean like, won him over like they hated him or anything. I think they're just unsure.
I'm raising my hand. I was skeptic number one. Go, I don't know what we're gonna get. Could be good. I don't know.
Well, and then also you hear all the stories about. I know you guys got a chance to meet with him, right? And just
up in the suite. Yeah,
couldn't be up in the suite. I guess I wasn't invited.
I don't think you were in town.
You weren't in town. I was in Idaho. I know.
I know. They should have waited to have that day until you were in town.
Yeah.
That was an Adam Ray
I feel
thing.
like somebody planned it.
That was an Adam Ray. He was throwing out the first pitch.
Well, how many first pitches has he thrown out?
At least 4 at this point.
Yeah,
I would think.
Yeah, he's kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
I hear he can't get in the locker room, but afterwards. No, but I think that's part of it, what Tim Hasselbeck, and he's a former quarterback, of course, so I think he's looking at the play of Sam Darnold and just saying, okay, he's legit.
Sweeping the dial.
I guess we have to give a little backstory here in case people didn't see the end of the Dodgers-Brewers game. That was a classic. It came down to a bases-loaded, two-out situation for the Brewers. They had the tying run at third. Bryce Terang up, their very good second baseman. And there was a pitch that came in and was about to hit him. It was a 2-2 count. It was about to hit him. He moved out of the way. Didn't get hit, and then he swung and struck out on the next pitch. So after the game, he broke down kind of what he was thinking during that ill-fated not standing in and getting hit by the pitch.
You know, it sucks. It is what it is. Natural reaction to kind of get out of the way, and there's nothing I could do. I can't go back. And then I was looking up at the top of the zone for the sinker sweeper that he's throwing, and he threw me a four seam, and it took off. So, yeah, it is what it is.
Well, you got to have a pretty strong idea of, like, because if it's just left up to you, human nature is get out of the way.
Well, yeah, especially something coming at you at 95. I don't know what the mileage was on that, what the miles per hour was.
I mean, safe to assume high 90s.
Yeah, I mean, that's your natural. If I throw this thing at you, you're gonna move. That's reaction time. So I think I was talking with Charlie during the break, and he was talking about how in that situation with the bases loaded and the tying run on third, it's on the coaches to remind people, like, hey, something comes inside, wear it. Right. You need to wear it. You know, just instill that in your mind, because that's going to be anybody's natural reaction is to, oh man, here it comes, get out of the way.
Right.
Problem was what he swung at next. Ball that was up around his neck, around his eyes. I mean, it was so far out of the zone, the one he chased to end the game.
Well, do you think it screwed up the rest of his at-bat because he's like sitting there going, oh man. I feel like I instantly thought about Johs Naylor, that like there's no way he would miss that opportunity.
No, he know who would wear it would be Luke Rayleigh.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see him just kind of lean into him. He does not get out of the way of pitches.
Right.
He'll I mean, we're talking about a game in May.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. They could be trailing by 10 or up by 10. He's going to wear it.
I'll tell you what, that's got to take a lot of training your brain.
Yeah.
To not get out of the way. I hope it doesn't like affect him outside of baseball. Like if there's a car coming,
he's going to stand there, not making this mistake again.
I'm going to stand in on this car. I don't care
Fool
if he's
me
running
once.
a red light.
Shame on you. All right, coming up, how's he feeling about after a rough week for Philadelphia? Phillies get eliminated, Eagles lost. Ooh, not good. We'll check in on the mental well-being of El Hombre, Michael Bradley. He's going to join us next with Wyman and Bob right here on your home for the AL West champion Seattle Mariners. It is Seattle Sports on 710.
The Mike McDonald Show, the morning after every Seahawks game at 9:30 with Brock and Salk.
What did you make of the tackling yesterday?
Vastly improved. It's a combination of things. I think the number one leading thing is our guys just decided that we were going to tackle. We're going to keep chasing that every week. And I think the other big thing that happened was our effort was very good. It was up to our standard yesterday.
Get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app and seattlesports.com.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, buy low, sell high. There's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with zero investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Ryan Rowland-Smith here. For more than 35 years, the NBA Health Insurance Trust has been helping local builders, contractors, and their employees save money and gain peace of mind. They offer customized group health plans from the state's leading insurance providers. Small and mid-sized businesses deserve big healthcare access. The NBA Health Trust brings you the coverage you want at a price you can trust. Find out more at MBAHealthTrust.com. That's MBAHealthTrust.com.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Saturday night, October 25th. Experience the thrill and excitement of high-energy mixed martial arts. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this amazing professional mixed martial arts event, the World Fighting Championships, October 25th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Life's expensive enough, isn't it? Groceries, gas, kids' activities. Sometimes your roof needs replacing, but your budget says not now. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We want to help with an offer to lift that weight off your shoulders. Get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Or save up to $3,000 on a new roof today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and it's time to make the final push to the end of the year. Do you want to lose weight, improve your health, and have more energy? We have a proven system and a team of health coaches that have helped over 4,000 people in Washington lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in just 8 weeks without expensive injections or uncomfortable side effects. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs, just teaching you how to become a fat-burning machine and keep it off long term. Visit EastsideWeightLossClinic.com now to schedule your free consultation.
Yeah, it's Mike Salk here. And just like writing that essay back in high school or maybe in college, starting, that can be the hardest part. Well, Eastside Weight Loss Clinic makes it as easy as possible. They helped me lose 35 pounds in just 60 days. A no-pressure, free 15-minute phone consultation. See if it's right for you. And if it is, you got nothing to lose but the weight itself.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two, and you can do our program remotely from anywhere you live. Schedule your free consultation at EastsideWeightLossClinic.com. That's EastsideWeightLossClinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, a full sports book and bar, over 1,000 top-rated slots and table games, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Baseball's postseason is here. Seattle Sports Playoff coverage is presented by Honey Bucket, 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Mariners with a day off today. They get back to it. Game 3 of the ALCS tomorrow. They send George Kirby to the hill. He faces off against Shane Bieber. 5:08 first pitch. You can hear the pregame coverage starting at 2 p.m. live from Victory Hall tomorrow right here, Seattle Sports on 710. Meanwhile, Brewers looking to even things up. They dropped Game 1 to the Dodgers last night. Game 2 coming your way in a matter of moments. Peralta versus Yamamoto, your pitching matchup.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
Yeah, you know what you can get me, Pee-wee? What? El Hombre. That was a catastrophe. I know. That's a new low. Roz is better. El Hombre. The natural meets Rudy meets... I don't even know how to describe it. El Hombre.
is here, everybody. Look forward to it each and every Tuesday at 5 o'clock. We bring in the one, the only, El Hombre, Michael Bradley, joining us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. How are you, Michael?
How do you think I am?
I think not great.
Not good.
Not great is what I was
Not been
anticipating.
a real good stretch.
It has not. It has not. Which
Even
one?
my high school football team got shut out on Saturday.
You still follow your high school football team?
I was at the game. Yeah, I'm a supporter of the program.
Wow.
I am I'm the chairman of a golf outing that provides scholarship money for some youngsters to help them go to the school. It's an independent school. The tuition is $50,000 a year. I'm also on the Athletic Hall of Fame committee and for the high school, so I still keep some ties.
Okay, so they lost. The Eagles lost.
Michigan lost.
Michigan
the Phillies
lost.
lost. The Eagles lost.
Oy. Are
Yeah,
you
Oy is
okay?
right. No, I'm not. I'm wounded.
That's tough.
Well, the silver lining is you've had a lot of success out there, a whole lot of success.
I don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
That's seriously. That's ancient history. I'm an existentialist. I deal with the current times. I don't look back.
Okay.
Hey, we just would love to have something to look back upon, and hopefully it happens this year. What is your? Did you sit through all 15 innings of that Mariners-Tigers matchup on Friday?
Couldn't do it. I made it through about 12. I tried. I couldn't do it. We had house guests. They were exhausting me, so I had to get to bed.
Okay. Well, it's one of the highest rated games apparently Fox has had in their postseason coverage. It was an all-time Mariner classic, and then they move on after that marathon with tired arms and short rest for starters out in Toronto and take both games in Toronto. Just very surreal right now coming back home to Seattle. What's been your take on what you've seen from the Mariners?
Yeah, I thought after they won the first game, it was going to be autopilot for the second. And then all of a sudden they go out and put up a crooked number. You know, think about this. And you don't want to get too happy and you don't want to get too much in front of too much ahead of yourselves and all that. But you're coming home up 2-0 with the opportunity to win it at home. It's got to be a just tremendous feeling of excitement. And I'm telling you right now, I'll tune in tomorrow night for at least a little while until I have to watch, whatever college football game is on. I'm watching Western Kentucky against Florida International right now to show you just how much of an addict I am. But I better hear howling. You guys got to stand the whole game. You got to scream. You got to make the umps feel like they're in danger. You got to make the Blue Jays feel like that if they want to get back across that border into the Maple Leaf country. You got to make them. You got to create an atmosphere that is. It's just a cauldron and haunted.
That's what they do in Philly, huh?
We do our best.
Yeah.
I mean, take a listen to what some of the people say about playing there. Go ask some of the Atlanta Braves who were there for 2 years in a row and were just completely stomped.
Yeah. Hey, what's your view on Canadians?
Love them. Love Canadians.
I know. They're nice, right?
They're
too
nice. They're nice people. I like Canadian football. Yesterday was Canadian Thanksgiving. So
That's
I was
right.
watching the Montreal Alouettes against the Ottawa Red Blacks in the world headquarters. I know we have fall break this week, so I'm not teaching.
Yeah.
But, no, I love the Canadians. Love their national anthem. I always root for Canadian teams to win the Stanley Cup. That hasn't happened in like 200 years. So, no, you can't say anything bad about the Canadians.
Well, and I'm seriously, this isn't going to happen, but, typically they will dominate our crowd. Their fan base likes to travel and, it's a lot of times there's, during a series with the Blue Jays, there's a fair amount of, what would you say, maybe a third?
I'm
Oh,
going to tell you something. If a Mariner fan has tickets to this game and they're selling them, they should be put on a list and not allowed back in.
Yeah.
Because this is, you got an opportunity to do something you haven't done.
That's right.
Okay? This is history. And so, I don't care how much you can make on them. Hold on to them. Sell them to a friend. Give them to the orphans. I don't care. But don't let the people come across the border with their back bacon and 224s of blue and all the smokes and all that stuff and take the seats.
I don't see it happening here, man. That crowd for 15 innings on their feet, no seats were empty, nobody left. That was
great.
Which was weird, not weird here, but it was weird to see what happened in Detroit, where in Game 3 they kind of quit on the team, and then Game 4 they didn't even sell out. Game 4 of the playoffs in Detroit.
Yeah, it's a strange thing. I don't understand it. What has happened lately is the Tigers have kind of fallen. I mean, it's hockey town. I mean, the dead things are always going to rule the roost there. And then the Lions have jumped ahead of the Tigers in terms of their influence. But I don't get it. You saw some empty seats in L.A. in Game 3 and Game 4 against the Phillies. You saw empty seats in Cleveland in the wild card against the Tigers. Here in Philadelphia, I mean, the cheapest get-in seats you could buy for either first or second game of the NLDS was $368. And that's for sitting in the last row of the outfield. And yet you got places that can't sell their playoff tickets. I do not get it.
Mm. Hey, our Huskies, our beloved Huskies here in town, are at Michigan.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Looking forward to that.
I don't know how Michigan's a 6.5-point favorite. That's astounding to me.
Yeah.
You watched that game against the University of Spoiled Children last Saturday. That was not a good performance by the large team. And I think the Huskies can come in and give them some real trouble.
By the way, just back to baseball for a moment. Are you pulling for the Mariners? Do you have an interest in any of the other teams?
Wait, first of all, you think I'm going to root for the Dodgers? Please.
Well,
so
no.
That's out. A. 2. I'm going to root for the Mariners because they've never done it. And I'm still salty about Joe Carter's 1993 home run that won the series against the Phillies. And the Brewers, they're okay. It's a Midwestern team, the Brew Crew and all that. It's fun. But come on, I'll take the Mariners all the time. And somebody said, though, if we get a Mariners-Brewers series, we get the Pilots against the Mariners.
That's right. Yeah.
How about that?
And I have a Pilots hat.
Wow.
No way.
Wow.
I'll send you a photo of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we got to have that.
Yeah.
Got to.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be, I don't know. It is just, it's kind of a surreal time out here, and I'm not looking beyond tomorrow. I'm just not allowing myself. All of a sudden, I've become superstitious, Michael. I've become superstitious, and
what are you doing?
We're sitting in the exact same spot up in the booth during the games. I'm making sure the same people, we're eating the same thing. I'm not looking beyond the game that's happening right there. I'm not allowing myself. Somebody asked me, who would you rather face, the Brewers or the Dodgers? I'm like, I don't know. Don't ask me that question. I don't care. I'm not thinking about that.
You can't. Nobody should ask that question.
Right.
Like, get me there.
Yeah.
I'll play the 27 Yankees.
Yeah.
I don't care. Get me to the World Series. That's what you want.
By the way, was that wild thing, Mitch Williams, that threw that pitch to Carter?
Yes.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. I blame him, right? But he was gassed. I'm more mad at the Phillies manager. I liken it to if a 4-year-old picks up a gun and shoots somebody, it's not the 4-year-old's fault. It's the guy who let him get the gun. So to me, that was a managerial error by Fergosi, who took him out and put him in there at the point where he couldn't even – his fastball had the velocity of about 25 miles an hour. And Joe Carter was sitting up there going, please, throw me the ball. So it was and I remember exactly where I was. I was getting ready to try to buy tickets for the next game. But whatever. It was killing me.
By the way, El Hombre just sent us the picture of the Pilot's hat. How old is this hat?
It is old. It's at least 25 and maybe 30.
Wow.
Dang.
How? Where'd you get
I
your
bought it
hands on
from
that?
Ebbetsfield Flannels.
Huh. All right.
There you go.
Hey,
great site.
By the way, and now I'm thinking that you're superstitious. Bob now is superstitious about this anyway. I wasn't there. I plan on being there. Is that going to throw you off?
Just don't come near me.
Yeah, that is.
Don't come. Yeah. Maybe I should stay home.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are going to mess with the mojo. I mean, you're taking a huge risk here. If they lose, it is directly your fault. I mean, you got to think about that.
I am now. Thanks a lot.
No problem. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah. Hey, what's the craziest? I mean, you've been covering athletes and your whole life pretty much, been around people, and then just, it kind of seeps into normal life. You don't have to be a sports fan or anything to have superstitions, but what's the craziest one that you've heard from, whether it's a NFL guy, NBA? What do you think?
I haven't heard anything directly. I mean, I know Ichiro used to eat the same thing every day. Wade Boggs eating chicken all the time. Guys who get dressed in the same exact order all the time. Now, I mean, look, you're talking to somebody who's got more routines than the U.S. Army. All right? I mean, I eat the same thing for breakfast every day. I from the time I get up until the time I sit down in my office, I do the same thing in the same order every single day. So, I can't ever call anybody out on their superstitions because my rituals are astoundingly consistent.
Do you make the bed every morning? Is that a ritual by any chance?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, good. You got to.
Yeah. Remember that there was like a Navy SEAL that gave a address at a some kind of a graduate. I think it was from University of Texas, and he was like, "Make your bed. That's the first thing that you should do every day. Make your bed."
I don't do it the first thing. On weekdays, it's next. It's sort of next to last before I leave for work. I've got a long list of things to do, but the bed is made every day, and then the bed is turned down every night. And there are times when my wife and I'll be going to bed, and I haven't turned down the bed, and I will race up the steps past her because she can go from fully closed to in the bed in 10 seconds. She just pushes a button, all her clothes come off, she's on and she's in the bed. So I got to get in there and turn the bed down before she can get in it.
That's funny. Yeah, mine gets made once a week when I change the sheets. Once a week. It's I think it's a cleanliness thing. They call it airing. You air the bed.
Yeah, but when you change the bed, do you do hospital corners, the whole thing?
Yeah.
Hospital.
Okay, good.
Yeah, once a week. Once a week.
What about all the dust and dirt and everything that's flying around that falls on your sheets, Bob?
There's no dive.
I'm trying to get in his head.
I've got an air purifier in my room.
Yeah.
By the way, what's on the menu for breakfast every single day that does not change?
A bowl of Cheerios with skim milk and a glass of water.
That's every single day.
Glass of water.
And Cheerios and skim milk.
Ice
and
water?
Not honey nut either. What's that?
Ice water or just water?
Ice. Well, yeah, I just take it right out of my veins. Yeah, ice water. Yeah.
Look at that. Nice. Look at that. All right. Hey, so as far as what we've seen in the NFL to this point, it doesn't appear that there's the dominant team because now we've seen the Eagles, not trying to throw salt in the wounds, but the Eagles have lost 2 in a row.
Yeah.
Now the Bills have lost 2 in a row. Ravens have just fallen off a cliff without Lamar Jackson there. And who do you look at and go, all right, this is the team. This is the one everybody needs to watch out for?
There is none. What are you going to say? It's the Colts? What are you going to say? It's the Bears?
How about the Patriots?
Patriots? No, and further no.
Yeah.
So, I mean, who you got to worry about? You got to worry about the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah. All right, they're going to figure this out. And in a year where nobody is really great, that's the most dangerous team because they know how to win games. And when you're playing teams, I mean, imagine if we're looking at the playoffs and it's the Patriots and the Bills have a wild card and the Colts and the Steelers with the old man and the Chiefs. But who are you going to pick in that group, right? You're picking the Chiefs.
Right.
I mean, and you look over in the NFC.
What about
Eagles
Tampa?
are taking on water. The Lions lost to the Chiefs. I mean, the 49ers, I don't know, Tampa Bay. You really trust them? You trust Baker Mayfield?
He was really good last year, and that seems to have continued this year.
He was really good a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, he's playing well. He's the MVP right now. I mean, I don't know how you argue against that. But I just, this could be the craziest. This is like the NFL's dream. We could come down to the last 2 weeks with like 25 out of the 32 teams having a chance at the playoffs. Obviously, the Jets won't. What a joke! But it's going to be wild because there's so much parity and no team. The Panthers beat the heck out of the Cowboys last week. I mean, this makes no sense right now. Not that the Cowboys are any good, but the Panthers are supposed to be god awful.
Yeah, it's weird. We kind of forget that this happens, pretty often in the NFL. that, everybody's good. The parity is there. But with you guys, you got the Vikings coming up here at Minnesota and then playing the Giants again. So is that – yeah, no, it's still the Cowboys, right, that you hate the most there, the fans there.
Yeah. I mean, we don't like the Giants, and, the Giants fans are, boorish and uneducated, but we are, it's the Cowboys that the Eagles hate the most.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, by the way, I know it was brief, the J.J. McCarthy's season to this point. He got hurt pretty quickly, but are you still a believer in who he's going to be at the NFL level? Because, I mean, he didn't play at all last year, as we know, and then he's dealing with that, high ankle sprain I think he suffered back in mid-September.
I have no idea. I mean, I'm being honest. I can't tell you whether he's going to be good, a bust, or ever get on the field again. We're talking about a guy who tore his meniscus last year. Now he's got a high ankle sprain. He'll come back, and who knows if they even put him in the lineup, depending on what's going on with the team. So McCarthy is right now, he's in danger of becoming irrelevant simply because he can't play.
Do you think the organizations out there going, damn, we let Sam Darnold go? What did we do?
I don't know if anybody's really pining for Sam Darnold, but
top five quarterback right now, man.
I know, and all of a sudden things happen, and it sounds great. It's still early in the season, but they had to commit to McCarthy because they spent a first-round draft pick on him, and they didn't want to spend the money on Darnold. So, right now I don't see them saying that. I see them saying, boy, we'd really like it if our first-round draft pick could get on the field.
So we saw the Titans head coach get cut. So who do you think is next? I actually heard somebody talking about John Harbaugh today, and I'm like, really?
Without Lamar?
Without Lamar, and that guy has just been a very underrated kind of sneaky good coach. So
I think it's crazy that they would whack him during the season, as you said, without Lamar Jackson. But that defense is really bad.
Yeah.
I don't know who could go next. I mean, do they get rid of the Bengals coach, even though Zach Taylor, even though they don't have Joe Burrow?
What about McDaniel in
Miami?
Yeah, I think he's the guy, because when you've got your starting quarterback up there, narking on his teammates for not showing up to meetings, you've lost your control of the team.
I have not heard that in a long time. Narking. I haven't heard that in a long time.
Let's bring it back.
I'm here to resurrect all those great terms for you guys.
He narked on him. Oh, that's good.
I think he's next. If you're going to have to put some money down on a coach getting whacked, he's the guy.
Yeah.
Which is too bad. He's an interesting dude. Did you watch Hard Knocks when they were on it?
No, I stopped watching Hard Knocks. It became too formulaic, and they're protecting everybody now.
Oh, he's an interesting dude. He's different. It's hard to explain.
He's strange. He's a strange dude.
Yeah.
He's the last guy you would expect that could walk into an NFL meeting room and command the players' respect.
Yeah.
I mean, I would think that the players would see him walk in a room and go, thank goodness someone's here to fix my computer. He just does not look like a head football coach.
But he called Tua's comments misguided, which you start going, okay, that's your quarterback, that's your leader, and now the head coach is saying, nah, those comments are misguided. This team's got one way. It just feels like it's all kind of going the wrong direction there.
Oh, yeah, it's going south fast, and you can't get much further south than South Florida. So, but I don't know what you do, right? I mean, Tua doesn't seem like the answer at quarterback. You got the wrong coach. I just hope that the owner keeps giving money to Michigan's football program because they need it. He's a Michigan alum.
That's what. Oh, gotcha. There we go.
The business school's named after him, and he's like the Thornton Mellon. People like you have places to teach because people like me give money.
Right.
So,
what was the name of his
back to school?
No, the
back
company.
To school.
The company that he
tall and
fat. Yeah, there you go.
When you go to the zoo, do the elephants throw peanuts at you? When you look at the menu, do you say yes?
I got to watch that again now.
Rodney Dangerfield.
It's tremendous.
Yeah. Look at
Triple Lindy.
El Hombre is bringing everything back from back in the day.
I love it.
Back to school, narking, it's all there for him. The pilot's hat.
You guys need.
It's just,
the pilot's hat, exactly.
Yeah, it's just
a veritable treasure trove of nostalgia.
Today's just a giant stroll down memory lane. This is great stuff. All right, so give me a prediction on this Blue Jays Mariners series. What do you think?
My prediction: pain. Mariners in 6.
In 6.
So you guys are gonna sweat a little bit.
So okay, all right. I'll take it if it means they win. I don't care.
You're gonna get it done. You'll get her done.
Oh, can't even imagine. He is.
Seattle Mariners fans are gonna be able to pay $350 a ticket for World Series seats, and will do so gleefully.
Oh yeah, without hesitation. Without hesitation. He is El Hombre. Michael Bradley with us each and every Tuesday at 5 p.m. is where you find him right here. And you find him on Twitter at Daily Hombre. At Daily Hombre on Twitter. Michael, great stuff. We appreciate you, my friend. We'll do it again next week.
So long, suckers.
There he goes, everybody.
I think we've got a new word to use on the show.
Narking?
Narking. That's hilarious. I thought the exact same thing. I'm like, when's the last time?
I was like a kid when I heard that.
70s, 80s, maybe?
Yeah, narking. It's pilot's hat, Dangerfield films. Man, yeah. I hope he's wrong about 6 games. I don't know if
You can't take it?
Oh, my blood pressure's
You got to pace yourself, Bob.
Oh.
I'm telling you. You're going to hurt yourself.
It's a lot. It's a lot. And I know a lot of those listening can relate, man. They can relate. All right, coming up, he played a big role in the Seahawks win. You're going to hear from him next. We're talking about DeMarcus Lawrence, who made his presence known out there in Jacksonville. That conversation coming up with Wyman and Bob right here on your home for the Mariners pennant push, Seattle Sports on 710.
2 down, 2 to go.
And the Mariners extend the lead back at the wall, and it's gone! Jorge Polanco, Mr. October!
The Mariners go for a commanding 3-0 series lead. Tomorrow, it's Game 3 of the ALCS at T-Mobile. First pitch at 5:08.
We're not done yet. We got a World Series to go get.
Only on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman for Swedish Cyberknife, and on average, 1 in 8 men in the U.S. will be diagnosed with prostate cancer during their lifetime. Many treatments are available, especially locally, but I recently spoke with someone who underwent treatment for prostate cancer in February, and that's Tim Hunter, a lifelong local radio host. Tim underwent Swedish Cyberknife treatment the week right after the Super Bowl, and it was literally a week. All it took was 5 days in a row, with each session lasting less than an hour. And he chose Swedish Cyberknife because it was only 5 days of treatment versus several months with other treatments. And on top of that, Swedish Cyberknife had by far the least interruption to his daily life. No surgery, no catheter, and the recovery was incredibly quick. And Tim, he heard about this Cyberknife treatment from our radio commercials right here on this show, just like you're hearing right now. So if you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. And remember, you don't need a physician's referral. Again, that's swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Let's go!
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business.
From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today.
Where you hear the AL West champion Mariners in the ALCS, Seattle Sports, and the Seattle Sports app.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, we perform an 18-point maintenance check with every oil change to help make sure you're good to go.
And?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Huh. Wonder why the dealership isn't that easy.
Well, we'd let you know if we found something in our check.
Oh, great. That was easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Quick, thorough, and honest, come with no charge.
The playoffs are here, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are bringing the heat with a rotation that's built to win. The Gas RAV4, built for every inning of Northwest life. Or go versatile with the hybrid RAV4. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and always clutch. And now, stepping up, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra. Redesigned, powerful, and built for big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com and get your championship ride.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Seahawks coming off a big road win once again. Man, this team on the road, I tell you what, you just can't mess with them. They went out to Jacksonville against a very good team and beat up on them, and now we get a chance to speak to a member who knocked down a couple sacks in this game where they were happening left and right, and it's good to see him back out there on the field. Joining us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline, DeMarcus Lawrence is with us. How are you, man?
Good. Appreciate it.
It's good to talk to you. I'm curious, just from a guy that's been in the league as long as you've been. I'm sure you've dealt with injuries before. You're dealing with an injury here and had to sit out for a bit. How frustrating is that for you when you're standing on the sidelines and probably feeling like, man, I could help this team. I see this move. I see this a gap. I see this thing here. Is it frustrating, or at this point in your career, are you figured out how to sort of roll with that?
No, man. It's most definitely frustrating. You want to be out there with your brothers and help any way that you can. But with age, man, you wake up and it's something new every day that's heard. So, I really can't complain about it. I have to roll with the punches and, try to do as much treatment and, recovery as possible to get me ready for the next game.
Yeah, wait till you get to your 60s, brother. Then it gets really, really serious. Hey,
I'm already climbing the ladder.
Yeah, there you go. That's good, though. That's a good thing. Hey, specifically, the one play I was so impressed by that, and I don't know if this was like an assignment for you or whatever, but they sent the two running backs out to their left, and I don't know, is that like a peel thing where if the second guy comes out of the backfield, you get it, or was that just an instinctive play because you end up tackling the guy in the backfield for like 6 or 7 yards? Can you kind of take us through that?
Well, on that direct play there, it was more of instincts. But we do have, plays that, we're required to hit the back out of the backfield. But more on that play, I was reading my tackle, and he went out, and so I went out with the running back also. And, luckily the quarterback threw it. But, even though it was a big play, it could have been bigger because, I had my eye on the ball, and, if I work on my hand-eye coordination, I could have picked it off. So,
yeah. Still a nice
Always
play,
want
though.
more.
I mean, you were right there. So,
yeah.
Hey, DeMarcus, I'm just curious. This is a team we were talking about, the Jags going into this and looking at what they do well, and we're like, wow. And in 5 games, Trevor Lawrence had only been sacked 6 times total in 5. You guys sacked him 7 times yesterday. Did you see something on film that said, hey, we can exploit this, or was it just how the game unfolded? What led to that?
I think it, led to the sour taste that we had in our mouth last week, for that loss. But also, man, when you have, teammates down and stuff, other men on the team have to step up and, make sure we're doing the right things to, bring out a win. And that's what the D-line did yesterday.
Hey, DeMarcus, tell us about that D-line group. You got a special bunch of guys there, and guys in, double-digit careers. And from what I understand, you kind of keep Derek Hall in check a little bit there. So tell us a little bit, though, about that. That's like the leadership group there, man, with Jay Reed and Byron Murphy, and just how much you've noticed that group brings to the table.
Oh, yeah, man. It's a group full of crash outs. Love the dirty work that we do in the trenches. D Hall, is coming to own his villain role, on the team. And, we're loving every bit of the process, that we're going through.
As far as you and this defense go, is it similar to what you did in Dallas, or was it just like, man, this is a whole new world and I'm still getting comfortable with it? Where are you at with this defense?
You definitely need a Harvard education to play in Mike's defense, but more so it's just, just me getting comfortable, with playing with other, great players around me. In Dallas, I didn't, have this much talent around me all at once. So, just making sure I'm playing to my instinctual, ways, but also, playing within the system to make sure we all on the same page.
Hey, DeMarcus, take us back just to, other than that, the defense and, of course, the money, but like what kind of attracted you to Seattle and what made you want to sign here during the offseason?
Yeah, the coaching staff, I was believing in what they was creating up here. A defense-led team, that's something I wanted to be a part of, but also, the city and the atmosphere, got one of the best fan bases in the world, so, definitely wanted to be a part of that, but also get back to the Pacific Northwest.
Hey, this is a team that Dave and I will always look at the odds and predictions for teams, and the predictions for this team this year were somewhere around 7.5 wins, which we both thought were nonsense, and you're already almost there. You're at 4-2. Is this a team that you feel like is better than people give credit to? Do you get a sense of how people view the Seahawks from the outside?
Yes and no. When I made my decision, I told a lot of people, really the world, what we was embarking on. A lot of, people didn't believe me. They thought I was crazy for even, coming up here to Seattle. But, yeah, man, that's what we're here to do. Each and every week is, change people's mindsets, bring hope back into, Seattle, but also, make the world believe in, what we're doing here.
Yeah, and you made the world believe it yesterday, man. I mean, 17 quarterback hits. Is this something that kind of like a warning to the rest of the league? I mean, you guys, you got something you can build off of, because it just seems like, DeMarcus, there's all these genius coaches out there, but they can't survive a 2x4 upside the head. That's kind of what you guys gave them, and yeah, so just kind of, it seems like this is something you guys can build on.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And it's really, nobody believes the stove is hot until they get burnt. So, to those coaches, man, I'm, keep touching the stove and you'll see what you're going to
get. Hey, just as far as you go physically, are you, I don't know that anybody's 100% in the NFL after a couple of weeks, but are you close, or you feel like you still have work to do to get back to your prime fighting condition, if you will?
No, man, like I told you earlier, it's something new every morning, man. All I can do is, roll it, what God blessed me with throughout that day, and attack the day, with all I have.
Well, DeMarcus, it was last question, actually, for me. What do you do downtime? Do you have family, or is it, what do you do when you get away from football?
I mean, definitely on my days off, I try to, get me a little 9 holes of golf in,
really?
Got to reset my mind, work on my patience, my breathing out there. Sometimes it don't go as planned. So, just growing into the man that God wants me to be. So, more of, Bible studies, studying myself, spending time at the park with my family, and golfing.
Yeah. Do you crush the ball off the tee?
Oh yeah. I give it a good whack.
Well, usually it's kickers and quarterbacks, not D linemen, playing golf.
I defer on that one because I'm kind of like a quarterback on the defensive side, so technically, I got a little something to me.
There you go. And he mashes it off the tee, so there's that too.
That's all that matters.
Hey, DeMarcus, it's great to talk to you, man. It was great to see you back out there on the field. Congrats on the win, and hopefully that keeps rolling. We wish you nothing but the best. Thanks so much for the time.
No problem, fellas. Y'all have a good one.
There you go. There's DeMarcus Lawrence. The Seahawks Player Spotlight is presented by 3 Tree Roofing, and he whacks that ball. He says, I'll give it a whack.
Yeah, D lineman, man. I don't know. I just don't remember any playing golf, but good for him.
Yeah.
Doesn't
he just look like he'd just mash it off the tee, though?
Oh, my gosh.
Getting that
looks
power.
Like he's going to mash anything.
That's true.
Everything he comes up against.
And luckily he was mashing the Jags last week.
Yeah.
I just like how when you talk about injuries, it's something new every day.
He sounded like an old man.
I know.
You looked him up, and he's what?
33. In football years, he's old, I guess. He's older in football years, but he's got more life in front of him than he's lived at this point. So
I remember at 31 when I was in Denver my last year, I started to get a little bit of gray in the beard, just a little bit. And just how the young guys looked at me, it was like, you're an old,
Well, remember how you looked at Keith Butler.
Yeah.
We were talking about this the other day. I asked you, how old was he when he took you under his wing and you were looking at him like this beaten old man? He was 30, you said.
Yeah.
He was 30.
Yeah,
he was 30, and you're looking at him like Father Time.
It's exactly what he looked like.
Jeez.
Yeah.
All right, coming up, we learned about a better use for the entire country of Canada.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. That is coming.
Lefko is steering you into trouble right now.
Oh, my goodness. We already got one angry email. That's coming your way next with Wyman and Bob on your home for the AL West champion Seattle Mariners. It's Seattle Sports on 710.
ESPN senior MLB insider Jeff Passan with Brock and Salk.
How special was that game, was that win on Friday night over Detroit?
Just so awesome. Every city has those defining games for the franchises they root for, and it's even better knowing what came next. Go on the road and absolutely destroy them for 2 days.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
Do you need a new roof? Then visit 3treeroofing.com to get $500 off your roofing project by scheduling a free estimate.
Three Tree Roofing's certified team builds a custom plan for your home using top-tier materials with industry-leading warranties. All of their install crews are factory certified to ensure that your roof can handle any weather Seattle can throw our way. Don't wait until leaks turn into expensive damage this rainy season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today and secure your $500 discount. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Why is Mazda of Everett the #1 dealer on the West Coast? Mazda of Everett is locally owned and operated for 20 years. They work hard to get you their best deal every time and to make sure you drive away happy. With over 700 new Mazdas, they stock more than anyone in the Seattle area. Find out for yourself why people keep coming back to Mazda of Everett. Take advantage of the Mazda of Everett price during the More to Move You sales event. MazdaofEverett.com. Claims based on Mazda USA inventory and sales reports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Construction. You know, it was a couple years ago. We were seeking a complete outdoor living space. Molly wanted a new deck. She wanted to really make our outdoor space pop. And boy, am I glad we called PCF. Why? Because whether it's a very specific project or outdoor living, like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you completely covered. You know, Molly's an interior designer. She knows construction. She knows attention to detail. And PCF, they checked every single box along the way. And right now is the time to make the call. Up to $6,000 off your project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. And you can save an extra $1,500 when you bundle your deck with a patio cover. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or simply call today at 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, PCFgroup.com.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here. You can book now for an unforgettable experience. Let's talk about Hawks Peak. It is the place to be for game days this football season. With over 66 TVs, indoor-outdoor concept, the deck is covered and it's heated as well. And the food, oh man, it was excellent. All with breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. Yep, you can go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Gonna let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, buy low, sell high. There's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rierecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with zero investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
I had a young woman who was on a new SUV, and she had attachments to her old car because it was her first car, and she had questions because she was doubling her spending budget, and she was very fiscally responsible. It was almost making her sick. And the best path at that point was to let's stop for the night and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier. These are major life accomplishments. You have the ability to afford at this tier. You've secured one of the major needs in your life. You should be feeling a tremendous amount of pride and respect for your accomplishments. I'm just grateful that we get to celebrate it with them, that we get to be part of it in that aspect of it.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This is a house of learned doctors. What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
What did we learn today?
No one's a bigger idiot than me.
Stupidity is the easiest way out.
So we learned that there's a better use for the entire country of Canada.
I think so. I didn't realize you could just put an entire country to one single use, but we learned that Mark Schlereth has some ideas for how you could better utilize the entire country of Canada.
It's good to have you on our side. I don't want to get in a Twitter battle with you because you're rooting for one of these other teams.
And I certainly am not going to root for a Canadian team. Give me a break. Those guys, like, we should take that country over and just keep it for cold storage as far as I'm concerned. Like, we just put, like, beer up there and meat. Like, we just hang meat. Like, here we go. We're coming over. We're Americans, and we're going to use your country to store our cold meat. That's
just
what I
become
think.
a freezer for us.
You want to give everybody your Twitter now and see if they can, or maybe the Canadians, maybe they don't have that in Canada. I don't know.
Oh, they're too nice. They're like, oh, he's a nice fella.
Yeah, we've seen you tick off fan bases, but never an entire country.
Yeah.
So this would be a new height for you.
Hey, Canada, come get a taste.
What was that accent there? What do you say, buddy or fella?
He's a nice fella.
Nice fella. Well, we did learn also that some Canadians don't have a good sense of humor.
Yeah, we got an email.
Because those are very serious suggestions from Mark Schlereth.
Oh,
obviously.
Yeah. Obviously. Right.
Yeah.
He really thinks that.
Yeah, it's just he's kidding people. Just calm down. Take it. He's making a joke.
So you mean a Blue Jays fan, not necessarily upset about Canada, but probably a Blue Jays fan.
Yeah, they was from Vancouver, and they ended their email with, "Go Blue Jays, go."
Can we get into that more real quick? This has nothing to do with what we learned, but I do not understand, if you live in Vancouver, why you root for Toronto. It makes no sense.
Same country.
It has no affiliation.
It's the only baseball team in the country.
People hate Toronto. Everywhere else in Canada hates Toronto when it comes to hockey, when it comes to everything else. You should root for regionality.
But
what's close to you?
I don't know what to tell you, man. It's their only baseball team in the entire country.
Look how far away it is. It's like 6 hours away, or 4 hours if Dave was flying the plane. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, my pilot speeds, apparently.
That never made sense to me. But
206 said, "I've heard Schlereth really thinks that. That's what the radio just told me."
Yeah. I love it. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, what was the line from Bridesmaid? Remember, he's like, "It's called humor. Look it up."
Yeah. What else did we learn?
Well, we also learned that Charlie and Bob really bonded over the weekend, and the Dave's feeling a little left out.
Yeah, we were there together for the 15 innings and hugging and high-fiving and yelling and the whole thing. Went through the gamut of emotions, and Charlie watched me sit there and rock back and forth like Rain Man for 15 innings, just nervous and tense. And
well, I was thinking of you guys, man, and I texted Bob. I'm like, I'm rooting for the Mariners, but I'm rooting for you too because I know how much it means to you. But yeah, I mean, it sounded like it's a very cool environment. Everybody's loving it. There couldn't be a louder ballpark in all of Major League Baseball.
Yeah, right now it is something special. You can feel it from pitch one to the end of the game. And yeah, I will say it is nice watching games with you, Bob. You are fully invested and in every sense.
Did he karate chop you or anything?
No,
like that?
It's
put some jujitsu on you.
Just a humongously passionate Mariners fan to a T.
there was no karate chopping, Dave. No jiu-jitsu.
What about if I show up?
No, well, we just say, Dave, exit, please, please leave, please.
Should I not go? I mean,
just not anywhere around
just
us.
Leave. I'm kicked out.
I don't think we can get the same exact 47,000, whatever that number is.
Yeah, you're
to
allowed
show.
to come.
So
Okay,
you're
thank you.
allowed in the building.
You're allowed in the building.
You just can't linger.
Just don't say anything.
Just don't linger. What else did we learn?
We learned that Wyman pried a secret out of Shannon Drayer.
Forced Shannon to eat a cookie because I said, look,
well,
if you ate a cookie the other 2 times they won, then I happily insist that you eat part of my cookie. So I gave her half my cookie.
You know, you wouldn't have had to insist that I eat a cookie.
I know.
I would have taken care of that on my own. But
all of a sudden, I've become superstitious.
Are you superstitious, Shannon?
Am I superstitious?
Yeah.
In some circumstances, and it's not usually a pitch-to-pitch or even a game-to-game thing, but one of the things that I refuse to do is pack a suitcase. It's not the most practical superstition, but that's definitely one of the ones. And I do get nervous in no-hitters. I don't like to say much if anything happens there. I don't want to be responsible if anything happens there. So, yeah, I think I really am.
Sounds like it. Sounds like it. You're we're kind of talking it through, and there's a lot coming out,
There's
Shannon.
a little bit there.
Yes,
a little bit there.
Dave, you got it out of me.
Yeah.
I'm superstitious.
I'm like a,
And
I'm
by
like
the
a
way,
therapist over here.
She ate the cookie and everything worked. She's got another one. She's got another one. I don't know if I should. Well, I'm going to say it. We were up there, and she leaned over to me. She goes, "Could you kindly tell Adam Ray not to text me during the games because bad things happen when he does?"
Is that right?
Yeah. So I texted him, and I delivered exactly in that. Shannon requested I text you and kindly ask you not to text her during games because bad things happen when you do.
Did he comply?
Yeah.
Huh?
He wrote back like, yeah, no problem, or something like that. Kind of felt bad after he got denied at the clubhouse, and now Shannon's saying,
No, but
"Don't
it was a
text me."
win, so it's fine.
Yeah,
That's all he cares
it worked
about,
out.
too.
Well, I got denied from the Abandoned Boys.
That's right.
Remember that was a
I thought
couple
you
of
wanted
years ago.
out of that.
I did. I
You know,
did.
Especially now, that phone's going to be going ding, ding, ding. You drive you crazy.
It's a bit much. Yeah, you see those pictures of the Abandoned Boys, and they're all like screaming and yelling, and everybody except Paul.
The Abandoned Boys. Did we learn anything else?
Yeah, we had a little more hating on Canada that we learned about
boy.
today.
If a Mariner fan has tickets to this game and they're selling them, they should be put on a list and not allowed back in.
Yeah.
Because this is, you got an opportunity to do something you haven't done. This is history. And so I don't care how much you can make on them. Hold on to them. Sell them to a friend. Give them to the orphans. I don't care. But don't let the people come across the border with their back bacon and 224s of blue and all the smokes and all that stuff and take the seats.
What do you say? 224s of blue? What is that?
I have no idea.
I don't know what that meant, but I like the accent.
Yeah.
That was good. All right, that does it for us. Want to thank our guests today, Shaq Griffin, Charlie Furbush, Mark Schlereth, Shannon Drayer, El Hombre, Mike Bradley, and, of course, DeMarcus Lawrence. If you missed any part of today's show, just head to the podcast page at seattlesports.com and click that podcast tab. It's right there. We're going to talk to you tomorrow from Victory Hall with Wyman and Bob.
2 down, 2 to go.
And the Mariners extend the lead back at the wall, and it's gone! Jorge Polanco, Mr. October!
The Mariners go for a commanding 3-0 series lead. Tomorrow, it's Game 3 of the ALCS at T-Mobile. First pitch at 5:08.
We're not done yet. We got a World Series to go get.
Only on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for RLE. That's Refractive Lens Exchange. Now, Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, no contacts, readers, or cataracts. Now, if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You never develop a cataract. Now, if you're somebody like me that had a pair of readers in every room of the home, in your car, you had to bring them into the restaurant with you. Otherwise, like me, you couldn't read the menu. That has all been rectified thanks to RLE. So whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to recommend what's best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Fall rains can expose hidden roof problems, and once water gets in, the damage only gets worse. Is your roof ready for the season? Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. At State Roofing and Exteriors, we repair and replace roofs with a quality you've trusted for decades. And yes, we also provide siding, windows, decks, and gutters to keep your entire home protected. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
At Bible Law Group, our team reflects the same lessons learned by our founder, James Bible, while playing for legendary Husky coach Don James. Coach James always said it's amazing what gets done when nobody claims credit. That's the philosophy we carry into every case, because your victory is what matters at Bible Law Group. When your legal problems hit biblical levels and you feel like you're stuck in a lion's den of litigation, you need a legal team that won't back down. At Bible Law, we've secured over $40 million in settlements for our clients, and we're ready to fight for you. Find us online at BibleLawGroup.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Baseball's postseason is here. Seattle Sports Playoff coverage is presented by Honey Bucket, 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. We now join the MLB playoffs already in progress on Seattle Sports.
Well, and I had a chance to ask him about that, just like how do you have that command of the zone? And
He's like, I have a plan and I just stick with it.
Yeah.
That's it. And if I don't get the pitch I want, I don't swing, and I will take a lot of strikes though as a result.
Deal one. Upstairs. And that is ball one. So the count even on Muncy. Muncy, 376 is on base percentage this year. The 1-1 is upstairs.
And we caught him earlier in the season when he was absolutely smoking hot. And